Hey, everybody. So I know this is probably not, I didn't know how many people would actually show up for this because I wanted to watch the Chris Watts and Nichol, the Nichol Kessinger interview that has just recently came out. And yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how many people will watch with me, but we'll see. Hey, Julie. Hey, Grammy. Yeah, a card you made for me? Was it? I got one from Hawaii Dreaming. Why is that there? Did you send it to the post office box? Hey, Fru. Hey, Tanya. Hey, Sandra. There's Hawaii Dreaming, so I guess it can't be. Did you sign it just Elizabeth? Well, I do know I need to. I'll go there tomorrow. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't there yet. When I went last, because that was.
No, Athena. We have a visitor.
International Women's Day. It's 8th of May.
Okay.
What? It's the 8th of May.
Whoa. No.
She is not wanting to leave. She knows you're going to keep her away from me.
Well,
that's funny.
Did you put this all the way out?
It's okay, hon, if you can't get it. I don't know. Hey, Ray. Hey, Kimmy. You thought every day was International Women's Day? Christine said she thought it was yesterday. Here in Australia, it's the 8th. Well, I almost didn't go live because I do have homework, and I know we probably won't go over this whole video. But no. I imagine many of you probably, if you have already seen it. I don't know. I haven't. Maybe not. Maybe you haven't. But were anybody here into the Chris Watts case? Because I was definitely more into the Chris Watts case than probably any case ever. My daughter's trying to close off this room so Athena doesn't come over here because she jumps on me and she'll try to jump on the laptop and stuff. And I appreciate Will Ziggs trying to help out. She's trying. She sure is trying, but I don't think that, yeah, we got to get a different gate for this room because that gate's, I don't think, long enough. You cried over the case? Yeah, it's, hey, Norma. Hey, Amanda. So, Amanda, yes, I got your package here. Let's see what it is. She said she got something for... Oh, Caitlin. Oh, this is so cool.
For the dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they might want to see it though. I'm going to try to think how to do this
What's
because
this?
I don't know. Open it and see. It says you're awesome from Amanda 1234. It looks like are those scrunchies and stuff? Let's see.
That's cute. Athena, no.
Athena.
Oh. Mom.
Oh.
I thought you said
Always remember you are braver than you believe, stronger than you think, more beautiful than you imagine, and loved more than you know. Oh, that is so sweet. This is let's see. It's a
Stop. Where's the
it's like a little plaque thing to hang up, I think. And then there's a hold on.
What's the scissors?
Over in the office on the desk. Be careful if you yell at her, she'll cry and people will think you're abusing her. Give me 1 second. I can show you guys. You guys can block Cornbread Mafia, Candace. We're not gonna do the whole bullying stuff or anything to do with 6 Up. Just block it, please. Nobody. Seriously, it's ridiculous. We've actually have a literal court order in progress, and these people will not stop. Okay, so you got that little toy. Where's that
Daddy,
toy?
want me to take a picture?
Yeah. Here, how about you take a picture and just of all this stuff?
Yeah.
So there's this shell necklaces. Super cute. Oh, thank you, Grammy. I don't know. It's actually a few. It's a few people that I guess I rubbed the wrong way at one time, and they are just. But we're not going to do the whole provoking me to try to talk about them and stuff. Is crazy. You would think that they would be happy that I don't talk about them. I'm trying to get this. Yeah. So is that where's the scrunchies and stuff?
Back behind your computer. Athena.
Well, if you got to make sure you put them up because Athena grabs them.
Mom.
Oh, you could send it. Yeah, send it. And then I'll take a picture and show everybody. So I'm over here rubbing people. Hey, Moulin Rouge. I'm trying, Grammy. So how's everybody been doing? I've been trying to keep up with my school stuff. Mondays, everything's due. Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm going to get some pictures here and show everybody. So thoughtful and sweet. Athena loves that toy. She's already playing with it right now. Literally. And so it was really cute. Julie Applewhite and some mods got me a makeup like case for my birthday, and that was so sweet. And also a bunch of Kleenexes and nose spray, but you know, that was thoughtful. And Hawaii Dreaming sent me a card. Stormy, yeah, and one of the said I need to check. I'll check my PO box again this week. So you guys are awesome. Thank you. And that's how rumors get started. Oh well. There's no point getting your dog's toys. They're gone in 4 minutes. Well, with her, she loves that freaking toy. That was a good choice, Amanda. That's the one that kind of similar to, oh, you sent it to me? Awesome. Oh, that is so cool. It has a freaking, here, I'm sorry, guys. You guys are probably like, well, you would like to see too.
Yeah. I think your other eye's turning.
I know, her one eye is, she's going to have one blue eye, one brown. Or she has one eye, one really blue eye, and then one eye that's like changing to like brownish green, which makes sense because Lucky, aka Yucky, aka whoever they claim the dog is for at the time. Anyway, the mother has amber like looking eyes. And the supposed father of her has very, very blue eyes. So I love that little saying. Hey, Cher, did you listen to my messages earlier? So Cher, you know what is so funny? The fact that going over this, and I'm sure many of you have watched it or not. If not, if you haven't seen it, if you weren't into the Chris Watts case, you'll probably still be interested in seeing this whole interrogation or questioning by Nichol Kessinger. She was the mistress of Chris Watts. Many people think that she had something to do with it. She never got any charges or anything like that. But there's also many people who think that she had nothing to do with it. Chris Watts did all of it. Blah, blah, blah. So this is the girl who had an affair with Chris Watts when he was married to Shanann. And Chris Watts ended up confessing to killing Shanann and his two beautiful girls and his unborn child, Nico. And Cher is who I used to watch. It's so funny because I used to watch her during the Chris Watts case before I was even Ziggy. I was just Adrian Amos over here watching Chris Watts videos with you guys. Just like a regular chatter. And I was super into this case and was into it for like 3 years. And I am curious to watch this. So this is very interesting. Yeah, who all thinks Nichol was involved? I guess I could do a poll if they're... Yes, I used to watch you during Chris Watts. You'd go on with that blonde-haired girl sometimes on her channel. You guys sometimes would do, I don't know her name now, but I can't remember. But she was a little, maybe I'm sure you'd say it. Oh, awesome. Okay. We're getting an exclusive from Cher. So sweet. You guys, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I was thinking earlier today, while we were waiting for more people to come in and we're waiting on Cher, and I'm going to show you guys those pictures Amanda got. It was so sweet. I was thinking, why did I ever dislike Cher? I can't even understand why. Now it's so weird looking back. I'm like, why did I ever have a problem with her? Like, she doesn't go after anybody. Cece, Bello, and Nico. Yep. Are they really named that, TJ Coffee? I don't think. Okay. About that. Okay, I'll check it. If you think it was Doug, I don't know why. I think I didn't understand. Now I understand. What the heck is this? Okay, so this looks like some text messages. Okay, so this says Ronnie Watts at the top. Says, oh, Ronnie Watts. So this is Chris Watts' father. Says, Mr. Watts, this is Cher. I just want to reach out and say that I hope you and Cindy are doing well, and I hope people don't start another frenzy over stupid NK video. Just wanted to send some positive energy to you and Mrs. Watts. This too shall pass. Thanks so much. Okay, so he responds, this is Chris Watts' father. Thanks so much. I haven't even watched it yet. Hope you guys are doing well. The only question I have is, how old did Frankie get this video and no one else has ever seen it? Yeah, Plunder was in the process of getting it. Like, okay. Then Cher responds, so I believe that's because the podcast Plunder, she filed a lawsuit to get it. Systems rights or something else, or something, because taxpayers pay for the recordings, the police do. So she filed a lawsuit, and then within 2 weeks, Frankie Jr. is releasing it. So that's very messed up. And she continues to say here that it's interesting they released it to Frankie Jr., though, when it was someone entirely different that sued for it. And they gave Plunder the runaround on getting it and seemed it was lost or something. And then boom, Frankie is airing it. Honestly, I told Jamie, which is, by the way, guys, Jamie's Chris Watts' sister, that if y'all are okay and doing better now, as you can be anyways, don't even watch it. NK lies. Now it's clear to hear and see. It hasn't changed anything for us that believe she was involved, only solidified it. I don't think y'all are missing much. I'm going to watch it in full in the morning. I told Jamie I'd keep her posted. I'm glad you guys are doing well. And he responded, thanks for reaching out. You guys take care. And she said, you too. Well, thank you for sending that. And I am, yeah, I've had conflicting thoughts on this case. It's crazy. It will definitely bring out some emotions. I think that she had to have been involved. You guys, I've even gone, there's points that I believe that I know you guys are good. Don't come at me. Do not freaking come at me. I'm just saying, this is times in my journey throughout the Chris Watts case over the years where I was starting to wonder, did he do any of it? I know that's crazy. I'm sure he did. He admitted to it. I don't think he's that big of a, I mean, the dude is a simp for sure. Major simp. So he does things like he gets whipped, and he's one of those that will do anything you say if you just, talk nice to him. So he could have been, if he did something like that, which he obviously did because he's in prison, then it's, oh my gosh, it's just insane. Watching their past videos and stuff, it's so hard to believe that he could do something like that. It really makes you start paying attention to who you are sleeping next to at night, because he looks so normal. Oh, thank you, Randy. You guys, the sociopath, yeah, he's something. He's got to be something to be able to do something like that. And the thing is, there was nobody that could say anything negative about him. Never lied for Donald. I played a role. That's it. I'll do. Yes. So that's what I want to say to that too. I did not understand until I started speaking to Dawn myself, like, why Cher was in a very tough place. You got to imagine if you're trying to get information, and she was one of the very first to speak with them, right? If not the very first. I think she was the first, really. So she's hoping, oh, he'll like tell us something. He'll tell us what happened to Summer. I can't blame her. You have to be freaking, there's a way you have to talk to people to get them to tell you stuff. You know, and she was very like straightforward with him. She didn't kiss his ass. She did try to, you know, for a while, she's like, maybe you shouldn't do this or maybe you shouldn't do that. I think that was, I mean, but now I think she got to a point, she's just like, screw it. Like, this dude, he is going to hang himself. And it's obvious at this point, she got to a point, I think she was just obvious that he had something to do with it. And there was no more like her even being nice to him, really, because you don't even have to be nice to him. He'll call you anyways, but you don't know that at first. So I can't really, but I don't know. I don't think Cher deserved me talking bad about her at all, because when did she ever talk bad about me? Besides saying like, oh, we don't say that name over here or something like that. Big deal. It's not a big deal. It's silly. And I can't believe I am really sorry that I don't understand it. Oh no, Plant Diva, are you serious? Yeah, please don't. If anybody's calling Cher names, just like delete them. Actually, here, I'll just mod Cher, because no, don't talk. You can disagree with her, but she wouldn't allow people to sit there and talk shit about me. So, but really, when have we ever seen Cher really just go after somebody? Never. I haven't. I've never seen her go after somebody day after day. Hey, Cynthia, you're not late. We're just, I knew all along, and I told him all along, and he kept talking to me. You all will see everything soon enough. I told him all along that they were guilty of something. Yeah, so many lies here. We haven't even got into anything. How is there really any lies yet? I haven't even been able to really talk much about stuff. We're already lying? Dang, that's pretty bad. Damn grifters. Damn grifters. Cher is a kind person. If it wasn't for Cher, we wouldn't have gotten so much info and Dawn to come on YouTube. I agree. Yeah, just delete all those or block them. They're coming from, I think that other channel probably went live because I'm guessing. She might be a witness. She might. I think she's done a great job playing her part. Yeah, that's just what you have to do to get information. Yes, all good, Ziggy. We make mistakes in life, and YouTube is hard. I totally been there and apologize a million times too. I do go after people, just not a lot anymore. Usually they are bullies though. Yeah, I've been sick, Mama B, but I'm getting better. I'm getting better, one day at a time. Cher, I've never heard you freaking. I've watched you for years. I've never seen you go after somebody day after day. You've done little things like, I mean, I don't have to name specifics, but one detective only thought she was interrogated like 3 years ago. Yeah, I don't understand the whole. Oh, I was going to show you guys real quick. Is Amanda still here? I think I have my. Okay. Sleet rain yesterday. Are you still here, Amanda? Okay, so a whole bunch of scrunchies. Me and Lil Zig can share those. These are from Amanda 1234. And this is the little plaque thing I can hang up that says, remember, you are braver than you believe, stronger than you think, more beautiful than you imagine, and love more than you know. Oh, that's so sweet. Hey, block that account, guys. Why are people are going to freaking just be mean to Share because they don't like me? And then some necklaces and I think the pearl ones are bracelets. But this is Athena's favorite right here. That's a pretty cool toy. That's nice. It's kind of like one of the ones that Julie got her that she loves. So that was a definitely good choice. Very sweet. Hopefully Amanda's still here. There's going to be a lot of trolls. It's, hey, Blue Eyes. Hey, Mulan. Hey, Crystal Stars. Hey, Truth for All. Yeah, it was so nice. You guys are awesome. And oh, there's Amanda. There you are. Yay. She did take unnecessary hate. She did. She did. Hey, Robin Miliette. Oh, Red Toucan, thank you. Julie is a very good puppy Grammy. I think that, yeah. With you guys, probably with just even Julie alone, Athena has enough toys for a while. It's so cute. So, anyways, I figured we won't probably get too many people in here because I know this is more the Summer Wells crowd than Chris Watts, but we do have to go over other things sometimes. And if you like scrunchies, I highly recommend the Kitsch towel scrunchies. Oh, those sound cool. On Amazon, you use them after a shower. They absorb water and are super soft. Oh, never heard of such a thing. She's really, yeah, she has grown a lot, Junie. Hey, Patty. Yeah, her eyes are still blue. Her one eye is very... You really want to see what, Randy? Trying to scroll up to see what you're talking about, but you guys seriously are awesome. Yeah, one of her eyes is real blue, and then the other one is like real blue, and then kind of the bottom half is starting to turn like a blue, brownish green. She might have, it looks like she'll have two different color eyes probably. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. Trying not to sniffle too much. Well, they said that the vet said the eyes are probably going to stay like that. But we'll see. Either way, we'll love her no matter what color her eyes are. That's for sure. Hey, Breege, how are you? Hey, Shannon Mullins. No, she doesn't. I don't know what she looks like, but she sure loves me, that's for sure. And Caitlin, she loves, but man, does she feel like she has to... A pointer? That might be the one. Hey, Caitlin. What dog did you think that Athena looked like? What was the other one you said? Like some kind of hound, or not hound, like the first kind you said. I don't know. A pointer. Yeah. What did you call it? What'd you call it? German short hair pointer. So that's funny that you say that, Randy. She said the same thing. Hey, Raina. You sent me one more thing. I thought I heard my... Okay, let's look here. Oh, see, yeah, Cher sent us something to just show that she was questioning about where Summer was very early on. Summer went missing June 14th. August 1st, she says, "Where is Summer?" And then August 2nd, she said, "Would Grandma do anything? I told you don't trust that guy." Oh my God. I don't know what guy, but so yeah, it's not like she wasn't questioning. I think we know that. Deb, was it a gate? I did receive a gate a while back. Was that you? I've been trying to figure out who sent that. She's got 15 more texts like that, she says. So I think At first, I didn't understand that because I wasn't a YouTuber and I was just a watcher. And of course, I was all like judgmental from the sidelines. But immediately, I was like, man, I swear to God, I even said it to people. I'm like, I understand what Cher was going through. That's something else somebody told me recently too. They said the same thing. I'm not going to call them out. But it's somebody that's speaking to one of the family members, or Don and Candace, and they said the same thing. They're like, now I know how Cher feels. This was recently. I was like, I know, isn't it crazy? I said the same thing. Woohoo! Jen F., a member for 2 months of the Zigsters. Becca, I saw your post underneath the community wall under the members. I put that link. I updated the link for the Discord if you didn't see. Hey, Sherry M. Hey, Lisa. Hey, there's Jen F. I know, Crystal, you have to. And then people don't understand too, like why it's so easy to talk to them sometimes. Like, your mind forgets that you're talking to a predator, more than likely a predator. You just, gosh, think about how surreal it's going to be, Cher, when it comes out that they had something to do with it. Like when there's absolute proof. Oh my God, dude, that's going to be crazy. Thinking that I was in their presence, thinking that, oh, wow, I can't even imagine how that's going to feel. I'm probably going to be really disgusted with myself, actually. He's got the gift of gab. Zigster Club. Is Lips in here? So sorry if everybody's not interested in the Chris Watts case. It's super interesting. I know it's hard to get interested into like more than one case at a time. I know I'm trying to like move away from Summer Wells, not move away completely. Like we never need to stop like speaking on her as long as we don't know what happened or she's not found. And so we will continue to talk about her. It's just, I've been saying I was going to go over the cold cases and cover other things. And I know it won't bring the numbers, but it's okay. Eventually, we're going to have to move on. Hopefully, it will end with Summer being found. Hey, Mom of Two. Oh, did she just, Samantha? That's crazy. I didn't know they had court today. What were they filing? What was it? Wasn't she suing or something? I think Lana lost her calling as a lawyer. Have you guys seen those binders she keeps? I don't know if you guys know who Lana is, but man, you run into Watts case too. It's super interesting. Yeah, a lot of crime channels are on the Orrin and Orson case. Oh, what about those real quick? And then we'll start this because we probably won't be able to go through the whole thing. It's over 3 hours. Hey, K-Love. Lana is from the channel. She used to go on Jays for Justice. She was in the Chris Watts case. She helps the Chris Watts family. If you got an order of protection, did it go through? Did the order of protection go through? I haven't been following it, so I don't know. NK bothers you, I admit it. I definitely judge her for comparing herself to Scott Peterson's mistress. She didn't know Scott was married. Yeah, she looked up. This girl right here looked up how much, or no, she looked up, I don't know if it was how much did she make, but she did look up Amber Fry book deal. Freaking weird. Why are you looking that up so early on? So the court was today, and they did that all, like the whole suing and the protection and all that. Yeah, hi, Pupsy. Athena loves to play with her Pupsy. That's one of her favorite toys. They said Lana brought up Chris Watson. Judge wasn't having it. Yeah, you don't want Lana on your after you. She goes pretty far, but she looked up how much Amber Fry was hated. Oh yes, you're right, Mex Chica. You're right. She did. She looked up. Yeah, she looked up. Do people hate Amber Fry or Frey, whatever her name is? That's a little bit different story. I'm surprised this girl never has came out and spoke, but it's probably a good thing now. It's finally, she's probably just now starting to get some kind of like peace from everybody stalking and looking for her. She's probably like, who knows? I would guess probably put on some weight or I'm sure she's dyed and cut her hair. She looks very average white girl. So she could change her looks pretty easily. I don't know if there's really her voice though. Her voice is what will give her away. Like if you hear her talk, you'll know it's her. She did change her identity, and some people, oh, what was the name they thought that she was going by? She did put in for a name change. Yeah, she did. She searched for wedding dresses. Aunt Layla, she was there today. Okay. Aunt Layla. But I remember, when was it? I think it was at the start of my channel. Somebody, or I don't know if maybe I wasn't even on a doing YouTube yet, but somebody gave me the phone number to a place that they thought Nichol Kessinger worked, because I called there and she answered, and I tried calling the number a couple times, but I never could get the woman to answer. It was a man that answered, but this place, she swore it was Nichol Kessinger that answered. I don't know. I know. So that's the thing too, Classy Chatty. Here and then, this was from August 16th, 2018. The murders, oh gosh, why I can't believe I don't remember. It was in 2018. Share's still here. It's what? August 13th. So this is 3 days after. 3 days after. And they had just found out that Chris Watts did this, or he admitted to it. Ice cream's my fave, Blue Eyes. Right, Randy? I look up some crazy shit too. Went out tonight for karaoke and he had too many Jaegers. Oh my gosh, that used to be what I used to drink, is Jaeger bombs. Oh God. Talk about like cough syrup. Ugh. Hey, Kristen. Aunt Layla. I'll have to look into that. Amber Frey was told that Scott's wife Lacey had died. She was completely unaware. Don't think Facebook was even a thing yet. Yeah. Do you know there's people that think that he's not guilty? Like, isn't he going back to court? There's a lot of people who now think that Scott Peterson did not do it. I don't know. I think that dude looks guiltier than freaking Chris Watts in his case, but Jaeger bombs will get you fast. I liked let's talk a bit more, but yeah, I couldn't drink like I did in my 20s, like ever. Your search history put you away from us anything? He's not a real drinker. Tainted jury. Oh, that's right. Popsy, it had something to do with the judge, didn't it? You missed so much? Well, I haven't been on much, Kristen, myself, but I know what you mean. I feel like that too. Okay, so 3 days after murder, they just found out Chris Watts did this. And this is the first time, this was released March 2nd on my birthday. So it's been out for a few days. And I know it was played a couple places. So, but I have not seen it. I have heard the interview, but I have not. This video is just now released. There was so much stuff in the Chris Watts case freaking released. Like, I wish sometimes it took forever for certain things, but wow, like body cam, everything. We have nothing as Summer Wells, but he did admit very early on. And there was somebody arrested, so maybe that's why. I mean, gosh, this was over in a matter of just, it was over right away. He just was like, dude, I couldn't imagine even sitting in the courtroom with that guy. Oh my God, I would freaking want to strangle him. I would want to, thank you, Tati Chip. Yep, she's a serial killer. We should take up her yard. Killing plants? Hey, John McSmith. Scott Peterson was for sure guilty of cheating on his pregnant wife and telling Amber that he was a widower. That's enough for me. Yeah, that's true. We do know that for sure. Okay, let's start watching this. Remember, 3.5 years ago, this has been released, but no, this is the first time that we've seen the video.
Okay. So again, this room is recorded and video and audio. We introduced ourselves in the lobbies and earlier, so we're just going to do that again real quick. My name is Kevin Kovac. I'm with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and we're assisting the Frederick Police Department with this case involving Chris Watts. And this is Tim Martinez, also an agent at CBI. Sir, if you just introduce yourself.
Dwayne Kessinger. I'm Nichole's father.
Dwayne, what's your birthday?
November 3rd, 1958.
And home address for you, sir?
8801 What's 65th Avenue?
Let's see.
And that's Arvada, 8004.
And a cell phone or a home phone or where?
720-982-4547.
Thank you. And Nicole, can you just introduce yourself for the recording?
Nichol Kessinger. Do you know the other stuff?
Yes, please.
I live at 12255 Clark Court, Unit 612. Phone number 720-656-9605.
Claude Court, is that? I think we determined it was North Glen, right? You know your zip code?
80249.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit so the recorder, I know you're tired and you're stressed, and we won't be here any longer than we have to be. You've already had a conversation with people before. You came here on your own free will to talk to us. We picked you up at your request and brought you here. You can get up and leave at any time. You don't have to talk to us. If there's a question you don't want to answer, don't answer it. If you don't want to talk anymore, just tell me I want to leave. And I'm kind of in the way of the door, but you're not being interrogated as a criminal suspect. We're here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his family, and events relating to Chris Watts. And do you know him as Chris or Christopher? Okay. So the phone number that you reached him on, can you tell me what that number was?
I think I deleted that out of my phone too. I just cut him out of my life. It's a 910 number. You guys have it.
We gave it to Mark yesterday.
Yeah,
So
I probably
he'll
have it,
have
but
it.
just in case.
I don't have it
If I
anymore.
recited it to you, would you know it?
Just the first three numbers.
But you know it as a 910 number?
Yes, that's what I do know. I mean, that's what
North Carolina or something.
North Carolina. Okay. So let's just start with a timeline of your getting to know Chris, how you guys met, where you met, all those things. And let's just run. And I'm not going to ask you specific questions unless I think it's necessary. I'll let you just tell me your story. I think it's a little bit easier that way. So I just want to know how you met him, where you met him, how long you guys were dating, and those kind of things initially.
Okay. I think I met him sometime in June, probably early June. It might have been May. It was just talking at work. It was pretty casual. And he didn't have a wedding ring on his finger. And every time I talked to him, he didn't tell me that he was in a relationship. He didn't even mention his kids right away either. And then one day he told me that he had 2 kids. I was like, that's pretty cool. And started telling me about his kids.
That sounded like a sarcastic comment.
No, I thought it was kind of cute. I was like, oh, he's a dad. It was right around Father's Day too. So whenever that is in June.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm not good with holidays.
He told me he had kids, and then it was Father's Day shortly after
Okay.
that. So that's
John McSmith says the detective on the left at the end will promise to lock up anyone that slanders NK about this case and reassures her that no one in the police department believes she had anything to do with this. Wow. Is that true? I don't remember hearing that on audio. Does anybody here believe or that? That's crazy. That is crazy. Hey, Mimi of 6. Yeah, she searched for sure. What is up with her search history? Searching Shanann Watts and Chris Watts before she supposedly even met him? That's so weird. Talk about wanting to get into conspiracy theories and stuff. Holy shit, dude. The Chris Watts case will have you going down a freaking rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and craziness. Because, for instance, what came up on the TV when Chris was standing over in his neighbor's house on that cop cam video, it was just, there was oil. It was it was a preview for you guys. One of you guys would know, but there was a fetus on the screen. It was just so weird. And then we have, Nichol Kessinger searching for Chris Watts and Shanann Watts before she even supposedly met them. Then she's allowed to have her father here. That's so odd. I mean, I know she's not, I don't know. Is that, no? I guess some people think it's normal. Right, John, I know. I find that interesting, though. I don't remember that being said. It was not a typo, they said. They claim it was not a typo, that's what it was. Because it was addressed. Anybody think that they actually met earlier than when they are letting on? She's saying that they met like late May, early June or something. I know, at Nate's house, nicely done. That was really weird. You guys, Jennifer, you guys, and Jen, you guys believe that she did. I'll have to take a poll here too, see if you guys think that she was involved. The work emails be aroused. See, that's the thing too, Pupsy. The work emails make it seem like they did just meet, around that time. So I doubt that was like a setup, because I don't know. You can't possibly be hungry, Athena. You can't. But that's a good point. That's something that threw me off too, is the work emails between them, because it kind of lines up with what she's saying. You don't find her defensive in this interview? You think she's forthright? I find her kind of defensive. Like, she seems annoyed. I know I would be annoyed too, that have to deal with this, but gosh, 3 children and a beautiful mom was just freaking, their life was just snuffed out. Three days prior to this.
That's what I do now. And I was like, I thought it was cute. And then he's telling me about him. He's pretty excited about him. And then he mentioned that he did have a significant other. And then he told me that those two were in the process of a separation.
Did he mention the children's name or his significant other's name?
I didn't know his significant other's name for a while. And then I think he told me his kids' names pretty quick, but to be honest with you, on an exact date of when that happened, I don't know.
So in May and June, first of all, where do you work?
I work at Anadarko Petroleum Corporation. I'm contracted to Anadarko Petroleum Corporation
Okay, and you work out of an office setting where?
in Platteville, Colorado.
Okay, and Chris also works out of that location, per
Yes.
se.
Yes, he's in the field, but he comes into the office with his team.
So you work, what is your job responsibility?
I do health, safety, and environment.
Okay, so you work in the office and you take care of health safety for, Anadarko is an oil and gas company, right?
Yes.
So you're doing health safety in the office, and Chris works in the field
Yes.
as what kind of job does he do?
He's an operator. So I don't know like all of his daily duties, but he's a field operator. So he works with like the oil wells.
So he goes out and does work on those, whatever
Yes.
that work might be. But he comes into the office frequent
In the
Or-
mornings, his team meets in the mornings. They're not all in there every day. Some days, some of them are in there. Some days, other ones are in there. But in the mornings, typically from like 6:15 to probably 7, somewhere around there.
And is that where you met Chris?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just take us through kind of a little bit of the early part of how he courted you or you courted him? I don't know which one happened. How you guys got to know each other.
I guess we just started talking. He actually, so part of my job is to manage gas monitors that we have. So Anadarko requires all of their field personnel to carry like gas monitor sensors for toxic gases, and it's my job to control the inventory and issues, anything like that. And we were having some pretty serious like equipment issues, and we had numerous amounts of people coming in my office one day, and he happened to be one of them. And I'd seen him before, like they meet in the lunchroom, and that's where I go put my lunch in the fridge. So I'd seen him, but I didn't ever like talk to him. So that day we just started talking, and then every time I saw him in the hallway after that, and it was always hit or miss, like it wasn't an everyday thing. It was just when I saw him, we just started talking, and we just kind of had a lot in common and just hit it off. So we'd always have, pretty good conversations. And then I don't know, one day he told me that he had kids and started talking about his kids, and then mentioned, yes, that I have a wife, but we're getting separated. I said, okay. And
When do you think that was?
when he said all that,
So specifically when he told you he was getting separated from his wife, was that within the first couple of weeks that you knew him, or was that later on? You said you met him around May or June.
yeah, it was still in June.
Okay.
It would have been before Father's Day.
So had you guys ever gone out on any kind of
No.
date at that time? You just
No,
were
no, no, no.
conversing at work?
Yeah, that's all it was. And then I don't know. We started hanging out. We hung out. We went to a park. Hung out at a park.
Let's go back real quick. So why did he tell you that he was getting a divorce? Did he ask you out at that time?
No, he didn't. I think he was probably interested in me. And so he talked to me a couple times via his work phone, and I was like, no. Like it was still very like friendly conversation. But then when I realized like this man is interested in me, I'm interested in him. This is personal. So we got away from the Anadarko thing because I really don't want those guys affiliated with any of this. And
So you have a work phone that
He-
specifically,
no, I have one phone that I do both on. He has two phones.
okay, so he had your phone, the 720-656.
That's the only number that I roll with all the time.
Okay.
So he has two phones.
All right. One of those owned by Anadarko and
Yes,
one
sir.
personal.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what his Anadarko phone number was?
It's been so long, and I mean, I'm sure I could like look it up, but I tried to look it up for those guys yesterday, and I couldn't find it.
Okay. We can find it. That's okay. Just wondering if you knew it.
But at that point, we just like took it to his phone because I just felt it was like better that way. And we just continued to talk, and then
Let me go back to the park. Where's the park?
it's like down the street from my house. It's called East Lake Number 3.
Your house
Yes.
in North Glen?
Yes.
And that was in the June timeframe.
Or like the beginning of July. It was like right around my birthday. It's like so sometime at the very end of June or the beginning of July.
Okay. And that's the first meeting you had outside of work?
Yeah.
Basic conversation for a first date?
I mean, we kept it pretty simple, I guess, I don't even remember everything we talked about. We
Sure.
were there for a few hours.
Understand so if I ask about conversation, what I'm looking for, was he talking about his family during any of these meetings? Those are the kind of, I understand, whatever you guys were talking about, relationship, your life, your interests, those things, we don't need to know that. What I'm interested in is knowing is when he brings up his children, when he brings up his wife, when he brings up financial information, when he brings up his home, when he brings up anything that may have been, and it's been a few days, so you've had a chance to reflect on some articles that you may have read, and unfortunately, that you're in a situation where somebody has been murdered. And that information, when you look backwards, in your memory with the conversations with Chris, anything that he might have said that would be relative to that.
So right here, somebody was saying that this is before she knew about the murders or that they were murdered, but right there you can see that that's not true. They found Bella and Celeste and Shanann pretty soon after the 13th, wasn't it? It was like the 14th or 15th at the latest. When let's see. The authorities located the bodies of the Watts family on the Endarco petroleum site on August 16th. So this is the August 16th also. So it says 5:06 p.m. on August 16th of 2018, but an article I'm looking at on oxygen.com said investigators drove out to the oil field on August 16th at 11 p.m. and excavated the dirt to find Shanann, a process that didn't take long. As for Bella and Celeste, Maloney said he and others on the scene knew they wouldn't be able to get their bodies that night. Okay. So, I don't know. It doesn't look like, if that article is correct, it doesn't look like they had recovered the bodies, but possibly Chris had already told where the bodies were. I get the impression that Chris was behaving like a totally different person when he started the affair. My opinion, he was showing one version of himself to Nichol and different version of himself to Shanann. Wow. Shanann did have signs of worry that she was starting to be scared of him. She did mention that. She's like, who are you? I don't even know who you are anymore. I'm scared to be alone with you, knowing that you don't want this baby. Yeah, that's what I was looking at too, Randy. But he did confess beforehand and show. They mentioned it was murder, so they knew at this point.
And I'm not just, even if one day he was mad and he said, I want to do this or do that, anything like that. If he ever made any kind of statements that you were like, whoa, that was weird. Or why would he say that? Or why did he mention that? Do you understand what I'm
No,
looking
I
for?
completely understand. I just feel like some of this happened so long ago that I can't tell you like the exact words of the exact conversation and the exact time and place, because it's like we had a lot of conversations. I mean, we talked every single day. So it's
if there's
like I'm trying to help you guys with the stuff that's more current. I can give you guys a lot more like detail and exact times. But when you're asking me about something that happened 6 weeks ago and exactly what was said, it's like, I mean, I'm sure I can give you a general idea, but to be honest with you, like to pinpoint exact words, it's not gonna happen.
I'm not looking for exact words. Just more, let's say 6 weeks ago, he said something that triggered with you last night. That's what I'd be looking for. Or something 4 weeks ago. And if you don't remember where it was or the specific words, that doesn't matter. Just he said something that was off the wall, or he said this, or he said that has caused you a moment to pause and you go, wow, I wonder why he said that. Now, knowing what you know today. Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I completely understand. And to be honest with you, I mean, there were several discussions that we had about his current relationship and where it had gone and what it had caused. And he talked about his kids from time to time. But the thing is he was never hostile. It was never anything aggressive. Like even when he spoke of his wife and the fact that they were separating, it was never like ill. It was still very kind. It was just like, this is not working, and would explain why, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary or anything that I think would scare me. And to this day, even after everything that I found out, I still look back at that and I don't see any red lights with the way that he spoke of his family.
Can you just describe his overall demeanor over the 8, 10, 12 weeks that you guys knew each
It
other?
wasn't that long. It was like 6 weeks that we were hanging out. I guess we knew each other longer.
Okay, but you met him in the office and just his overall persona. Who was he aggressive? Was he mellow? Was he calm? Was he outspoken? Who was Chris?
I think he's an introvert. I would consider him to be like I don't want to say he's a very reserved individual. I think he's probably more reserved around other people. I think he emphasized to me that one of the reasons that he really enjoyed talking to me is because he felt like he could get out of his shell. He said around most people, he just like didn't really feel the need to like talk and converse. And it wasn't just in his home life, just in general. It wasn't something where he's an introvert. And he said with me, it made him feel like he could really just start talking about things that excited him. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that we had things in common. So with me, I think he was a little bit more outgoing, but even then I would still consider him to be an introvert. I mean, not on the extreme end. If an introvert went to like 1 to 10, I'd put him at like a 4 or 5. So on the lighter side of introvert.
Pretty even keeled.
Yes, like really relaxed, like all the time. He was never really like worked up about anything, just
Mellow,
chill,
easygoing guy.
very much.
Okay. And he was that way with you. Did he ever have any kind of, did you guys ever have arguments? I mean,
No.
pretty short relationship, no arguments during that time.
No.
Did he ever lose his temper at any time?
Never.
You guys never had a yelling match?
No.
So you never saw him upset or mad?
No. And there was a couple times that we had some disagreements on things that as we like further progressed into this story, but it was never like, I am very calm when I talk to people. It's like extremely rational when I handle situations that there's a disagreement in. And he always was the exact same way, like always. Like I never stressed anything. I think one thing that actually kind of drew me to him was the fact that he was like very open with communicating with me if there were any like differences on how we saw things or just like open-minded about things. It was actually, I personally thought it was kind of unique because usually most of the men that I've ever met are typically very closed off, and I didn't get that from him at all. But it was always like kind, very kind.
So no sense that this guy had a temper or
Not at
was aggressive, or he never lost his mind and yelled and said crazy stuff or anything like that? Okay.
No.
So can we just kind of go back to your relationship? You say you guys had a lot in common. What was that?
Well, I mean, like we're both really into fitness. I think that's important. It's a lifestyle. Both of us ate pretty healthy, so I think that was important as well. He's like a total gearhead. He likes cars a lot, and I don't know nearly as much about them, but it's always been something that I've been pretty interested in. So we definitely talk about stuff like that. And I guess he was always willing to like learn new stuff and vice versa. Like I like to travel a lot, and it's not something that he's done a lot, but he seemed like really interested in what I had to share with him and vice versa. So even if it wasn't something that we originally had in common together, it was just like, hey, I respect what you have to say, and vice versa.
So you guys just yin and yang. You got along pretty well.
Very well.
And no time, he never gave you an indication that
None.
he was having issues. So during your guys' dating time, did you guys spend most of the time at your place?
Always.
Okay.
Did you hear what the interviewer said? Yin and yang. So you guys are yin and yang. I don't remember hearing that in the original audio version of this. I'm wondering, to the people who have seen this like video and also listened to the original audio, was there things in this video that you think were not in the audio? Okay, Becca. Well, have a good night. It was a small gray truck, not proven it was a small gray truck registered. Oh, are you talking about that truck that was seen outside the Watts house that the neighbor Betty had seen? So I guess in the video of an NK in the driveway that morning, they can't tell if it's her, but it does resemble her. Branches in the way, block the view. Too much for Ellie to tell for sure. Now, that video, that's one thing the armchair detective did do and was able to accomplish. Now, he's had a lot of bullshit he's put out there that's completely, I don't know. I swear he's just made up shit and had people lie for him and stuff, because every day there was breaking news on his channel, and it's like, there is no way every day you're finding something different about this case. Like, but one thing he did do, and that was correct, that did catch the attention of the investigators and stuff, even though Chris had already confessed, is we were able to see that the girls were actually still alive when he left to work, because he bent down and picked up some, like, you could tell he bent down and picked up, you could see by a shadow from the video. And this is something that armchair detective found that detectives didn't. So that is really, there is people sometimes, like investigators sometimes don't see everything. I mean, he was the one that found that and pointed it out to everybody. And yeah, that was definitely him that saw that shadow. And it looked like he was bending down and picking up one of the children and putting them in the vehicle. Some people thought, though, could have been the dog or whatever. No, I don't think it's enough to clear her. Just because if I thought you had anything to do with this, I would have already locked you up. Investigator, or the cop can't just like arrest somebody just because they think that she has something to do with it. So that statement doesn't even really make sense. They don't have the evidence to charge her with anything that we really, well, that ping, her phone pinging by at like what, 6:15 in the that morning by his house, that was pretty damning evidence. I don't know. I kind of wonder if she would be put on trial and if it went to jury. I don't think anybody could all agree. I don't think all jury could all agree that she was involved. And I don't think all jury could agree that she wasn't. That her phone pinging there is very odd. The search history a year or so before was odd too, since they claim that, no, that's not, the date is not wrong. They said it was correct. People asked if it was a typo and they said it wasn't. Right. She was never really investigated. The case was closed when the judge accepted the guilty plea. Yeah, why did she run? I don't know. She knew people did not like her. and she knew people suspected her, I guess. She knows damn well why she is there and ain't Miss Pure. No. Where did you get the 16 miles, K-Love? Looked at the door cam footage. What do you mean? What am I saying? I'm saying that I've always felt like she had something to do with this. She deleted everything from her phone and accidentally broke her SIM card, right? Come on. She tries to play it off like, oh, I was just disgusted by him. I'm sure you would be if you were in her situation. Yes, that makes sense. But she deletes everything out of her phone, knowing, I mean, come on. Knowing there's an investigation. How does that make any sense? She's hiding something, or was hiding something. She had looked up Chris Watts on Facebook like a year before she moved, right? And that's what I was saying about the whole search history. Oh, True Crime Rocket Science said 16 miles. But I don't know, K-Love. I don't believe that. You know why? That was the only time her phone had pinged there. The morning of the murders. This was not something that happened. If she had a normal routine every day, she worked normal hours. I think just normal regular 8 to 5 hours, and every day you're gonna tell me the day of the murders, her phone pinged there, and no other time. Might have pinged there the July 4th when she went over to the house that weekend. But I know there was no other pings like around that. There was, I don't think there was any other pings ever, but so the 4th, 14th, and 18th when she was there. Okay. So if it was pinged to 414, okay, that DTC, that's might be correct. But the morning of the murders, like she just randomly pings that morning, and that never happens. You know, that's not like something that happens occasionally any other day. I don't know, guys. We'll see. Somebody said that I don't remember them really dismissing the ping that you're saying that they did. Daddy has connections. That's why she walked free, and they had all texts and pictures. That we okay, Randy. I don't feel they properly looked into her because Chris said he did it alone. Yeah. They really needed a conviction, guys. This was a very worldwide. Everybody was looking into this case. It would have looked really bad. They needed a conviction. But I will say, in her defense, the parents of Shanann Watts don't seem very worried about Nichol Kessinger. So, you know, it's their family and their grandkids. You know, You would think that if they believed that she had something to do with it, they would want her, in jail. They could not recover all the texts. New names here tonight? Yeah, because we're going over the Chris Watts case. Yeah. I think Chris Watts went straight to guilty plea, so there would be no trial, so he wouldn't have his precious Nikki have to go through trial. I kind of wonder about that, Robin. Well, yeah, John, because they need a conviction. Duh. I mean, wouldn't you think, like, I don't mean it like duh, like in a rude way. I'm just saying, like, yeah, they're going to believe he did it. Usually it's always somebody, the closest person to you, and it's a spouse or something like that, or a lover. I think she's guilty of sin. I've seen people question why she was sick. Did she put the kids in tanks and she was sick from fumes? Right? That's what some people wonder too. But thank you, Deanna. I didn't mean that. When I said duh, that sounded rude. I did not mean it like that. I just meant like duh, they're gonna want a conviction, so they're gonna believe that. And whether or not he is the simp type of guy. He is such a simp. This dude, he would do anything for he's kind of the person that would. He's totally the type of person that would take the blame for something. If he had something to do with it, he's probably figuring, like, why would she have to, go down with me when it was probably mostly him. It's agree to disagree, in case you are wondering. Waddles, what was your what was your okay, now that makes sense. You're agree to disagree. Oh, when you guys change your name, I can't freaking remember you. But thank you for being a member for 2 months. I like your picture. That's really cute. I know. I Samantha, I know what you're saying. I understand. Oh, thank you, Sandra. She's been a member for 4 months. And I understand what John is saying too about, but there was people who questioned, like, why she was sick. Was it because of fumes and stuff? I don't think that. I think if you were in her situation, you'd probably be sick too. Oh my God. I would be, wow. I would be sick thinking I ever touched somebody like that. No, nobody held a gun to his head. That's true. So he never told cops that she played any part in it. I didn't keep up with this one that much. I know what happened and that he did it. Yeah, no, he never told the cops that she had anything to do with it. They even came back and visited him in Wisconsin when he was in prison after he was convicted and everything, and they asked him again. And so, yeah, there's a crystal under the kid's bed, which she's like into all that hippie, like, crystal stuff. he didn't want his nude shown in court. He told his folks Shanann was guilty. There would be all kinds of forensics. He seemed to not be able to admit his feelings or have difficult conversations. Well, his attorneys were really hoping that he would continue and not, according to him, they wanted to see what forensics came back from her neck, like swabs on her neck. I don't know whatever happened with that. Hey, XX Country. What was your thoughts on Shanann and Chris prior to him pleading guilty? It's hard to like remember anything differently than how I feel. I feel like I've always felt like this, that it was both of them. I remember, I don't even want to, I don't know. This case happened so quickly. There is really not much time to like think before he admitted anything, really. He looked so guilty in that interview on the porch. He was so nervous, and how he was acting in that cop cam too, like the whatever it's called. Over at the neighbors. You could tell he is guilty and knew something. Obviously, he knew something. Obviously, he was involved. He knew where they were buried and where specifically. Like each tank. Like, so sick. That's how you're going to dispose of your kids? So insane. I don't know why she had her father there. Okay, Mary. She should be interviewed as a suspect, not witness. Wants me physically sick. I can't with him. Did anybody think possibly like at the very beginning, like, oh, there was many people who thought like because the whole story he was trying to say is that she got mad because she found out about the affair or whatever, and she strangled the kids, and then he strangled her. That's what he was trying to say at first. Watch Nate's video slowly. Yeah, I've seen that freaking video so many times. I don't think she would be, as far as like from what we know so far on this case, or I don't know what the cops know that they have not released, but I don't think there's enough evidence to convict her of really anything. The plot to the movie Shutter Island, and he had rented it. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that movie, but I heard it's like similar, right? It did look like her hair, she had some hair missing in at one spot. All right, let's continue.
Always at your place.
or we'd go out, but I told Mark yesterday, he asked me if I went over there, and I told him about one time that I went over to that house. I've been to that house twice, but it was very, very brief, and it was not like an extended stay. I did not feel comfortable there, or like, I just didn't want to be there. It's not my life. Like, that is somebody else's life and somebody else's existence, and I respect that. That's their space. And so I used to tell him, well, come to my house because this is our space. This is my space. And so for me, out of respect, just for like whatever situation he had going on and the fact that it's not my home, I felt that it was better to be in my place. And I live alone. I don't have any roommates or anything, so it's pretty easy to do that.
So during June and July, were you aware that his family was not did you meet his children?
Nope.
During
Didn't want
June and
to.
July.
And he didn't ask me to.
Okay.
I mean, not that I didn't want to ever. It was just not now. It's like you're not finalized with your separation. And not only that, we've barely been dating. Like, you can't introduce kids to somebody new in a situation like that. That's something that takes time. I mean, would I have liked to have met them? Of course. That would have been a great honor for me to have somebody introduce their children into my life, but not then. It was something that it was like, okay, well, let's see where we're at in 6 months. Let's see where we're at in a year. And if we're still doing this and you and me are still, happy with where we're at, and you think that this is something that is going to be long-term and is worth bringing your children into the picture, then yes, I would love to meet them. But it's like, not right now. You are still in this situation where you're not even completely out of it, and I'm getting in it, and that's not fair for them. And that was kind of the policy that I had with him, it was just like, yes, but not yet.
So did he ask to introduce you to his children?
Not at that time.
Okay.
I think both him and I were on the same page of eventually, if things went as they should.
I understand you guys' relationship is very new and young.
Yeah.
So although it was short, I just laying everything out helps us understand what actually was going on with him. And
Yep.
I might ask you a question and you're going, why the heck would he ask me that? Probably because I have information that I'm not willing to share with you. And I'll tell you that right now. I'm not going to tell you some questions I'm going to ask you. What the heck? I won't share some information with you. Just, it protects you. It protects our investigation. So if it seems weird, there's a reason I'm asking it.
That's
and
fine.
It's usually relative to what I know. So don't take offense to it. Again, it's just part of what we need to know.
Understood.
So you went to his house on 2 occasions.
Yes.
Was that recent?
No, that was like pretty early into it, and I did not like it and did not want to go back.
Do you recall where the house was?
Yeah, it's like right off the highway in Frederick.
Okay. And you know the streets?
I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out again if I like really had to. Like off the top of my head, no.
Do you know the street name?
No.
Okay.
I would have to like drive around in there to get there.
Okay. Did it look like anybody else lived at that house at that
Oh,
time?
definitely.
Okay.
I mean,
So is that what freaked you out?
I mean, he told me that he was living in the basement. And he said, we're separated, but we're not divorced. And we're going to get ready to sell the house. And that was the impression that I was under. And I was under the impression that they were taking everything pretty slow with this, with like getting ready to sell the house. I mean, those are big things. So that's what I was informed. And I mean, if you think about it, this whole thing happened in a 6-week stretch. Like, it's not really that much of a time frame. So in that sense, like, it's believable to me. Yes, I went to the house, and the first time I was there, I hung out in their like front living room. I just sat on the floor, and it was on the 4th of July. It was the morning of the 4th, and I was helping him to set up my MyFitnessPal app and like track his food, his calories and stuff, because he does pretty good with the working out and stuff. And he asked me, he's like, can you help me just like get this dialed in? It's like, yeah, I can do that. So that he invited me up to the house, and I was already kind of hesitant to do it because I was like, there are other people that live here, and I just felt like it was an invasion of space. And so I went up there, and we just stayed in that front room, and I helped him out with that, and got him all set up with that. And then, he asked me if I wanted lunch, and he grilled chicken and carrots. And then that's all he had. And I was like, okay. So we ate, and then I left. And then there was another day about, I can give you the date-ish. Let me look at a calendar. I think it was the weekend after my birthday.
Just a thing on the courtesy for the phone for, what was that guy's name, Don?
This gentleman,
Oh.
Thornton PD. I just met him today.
Oh,
Do you want to do the phone
I forgot
today?
about that.
For TPD?
It's not for them. They're doing it for us.
Yes.
We don't have the equipment with us to do it. And I asked them to do it for us. They're not involved in this investigation. He would just be a computer person. He would not be looking at any of this stuff. That would fall to myself. So keep that in mind. He's not involved in this investigation. Thornton PD has nothing to do with this other than letting us use their facility and helping us with some electronic download. He's not going to look at your phone right now. He's going to put it on a disc and they're going to give it to me.
Gotcha. I don't know. What do you think? I really want to help you guys. I do. I feel like I'm
Thank you so much, Deanna and Sandra. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. No reason to get real defensive or argue about people's points. John, are you like a family member or something? Or are you Nichol herself? You can speak. We would love to hear from you if you are Nichol Kessinger. There is no, I mean, it is true. There is no, we do have, I mean, there is a lot of circumstantial things that make her look guilty to me, but it's not enough to get her convicted. So, thank you so much, Deanna. She doesn't want them to see that she was actually more aware that he was still married. I think that's what she is not wanting them to see. Probably. But, which I thought was, she said it weird that, she said that he was getting separated. Wasn't that the words that she used? Getting separated? Wouldn't she just say you are separated? It is easy to get riled up over this case, that is for sure. That's what I was saying. This one is, it will definitely get people's feelings involved here. I mean, when you're talking about two little babies that were freaking sick, and it's crazy because looking at Chris Watts, he looks normal, and then you have nobody in his freaking past that has anything negative to say about him. Nobody has came out from his past and said anything negative about him. It's just so weird. I feel in the very least she was aware of his marital situation and was okay with it. That's why people don't like NK. In the end, she was the one who killed. She was not the one who killed him. She may be slimy, but it's on him, not her. But hey, Carrie. Maybe she was hoping he would get a speedy trial so he can get off the hook faster. So weird. Like he had a hidden dark side all along and it finally erupted, right? And she was into like it's said that she possibly was into like black magic and crystals and stuff like that. I don't know if it was just like, he said that Chris Watts said that she was reading a book that looked like, I forget which book it was. Somebody looked it up from the description he gave. And it was some kind of weird, like, witch stuff. Or something like that. I've never one before. I look forward to her life. Ziggy is a real deal. She helps me cope. Aw, thank you, Deanna. And thank you so much to Sandra. Thank you, guys. I agree. Nobody could push somebody to kill their kids. That's for sure. So he never lost his temper, was violent before. He just snapped and wanted them. Where was that? Where's that comment? And what? Yes, country girl. He never had a history of any type of violence, ever. This is my first time here. I've left this case alone for myself, frankly. I know, John. I know. Same. I haven't been talking about the case either. Oh, you think he planned it? Well, he's definitely a pushover, but he still definitely is responsible for his actions. 100%. 100%. Was what? How old? 30. Not that that matters, but definitely old enough to know better. He killed his kids. He had a chance. It was even shown on video when he drove away that morning that the kids were still alive, because you could see him pick up one of the kids, put him in the truck, and he still like killed them. He could have spared their lives. I don't know. He could have offed himself. That'd been the better solution. And after the officer spent the night out by the oil tanks because he didn't want the girls to be alone. What? An officer spent the night at the tanks. Oh, okay, Carrie. You don't think he planned the kids? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Like, that did get brought up about like possible spells and stuff like that. I really try not to go there, but man, this case will have you thinking some crazy things. Yeah, he could have saved the girls for sure. All right.
This whole thing is just going to be crazy regardless of whether I give you my phone or not. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. Like, it's happening. It's gonna happen.
Well, the text
Media's just
reiterate what
gonna-
you've been saying all along, so it's not like,
Well, they do. That's the other thing too. I mean, that's kind of a good backup. Yeah, I'll give
I
it
think
to 'em.
you hit the nail right on the head. There's reasons why we want everything. It validates things that we know. I'm not gonna come out and tell you that if you tell me something today, we'll validate it with your text messages, whether it's the ones we have now
I
or the
will-
ones you're gonna give us.
I'll give it
Certainly.
to 'em. If you want to go get him,
I want you to read this, is what I want you to do before you decide that, okay?
So the second time I went to that house, I'm not sure what day it was, but it was the weekend of the 14th.
Of August,
July.
July?
I don't know if it was the 14th or the 15th. One of those 2 days. But we had went out and we stopped there just real quick on the way back. And we were there not very long. But that time I saw a picture of his wife and one of his kids. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, she's so beautiful. And I like took a step back and I was just like, this man has a gorgeous house. He has beautiful babies. He has a beautiful wife. He has an awesome job. Like, why would he want to leave this? And I remember talking to him about it. And that was the first time that I tried to actually say, what do you think about not separating from your wife? Like, what if you really try to work on this? And he had expressed to me that we've tried to work on this and it's not working. So that is why we're separating. And I spent some time, like, just, you know, kind of, because it almost made me feel bad, where I was like to the point where I'm engaging in a relationship with a man who, the way he described it, is in a contractual agreement, but was not in like an emotional relationship with somebody. And for me, the way I would have preferred to do this is to have waited till that contractual agreement was also done, and he was done, and he could have approached me and said, I'm just had a divorce, you know, maybe we could take this slow, what do you think? But instead it was, oh, we're separated and we're working on a divorce. And that is the part that I feel bad about, because I should have waited on that and I didn't. And, you know, I was just like, well, they're already there. So, you know, but then being in a house was just like, why? Fix this. Find a way to fix this. Make it work, you know? And I was like trying to push him to do it. And he seemed pretty reluctant to do it. He didn't want to. And I don't know. We were still seeing each other fairly frequently, but I kind of like backed away so we weren't hanging out quite as much. And we were still close, but it was just like I really wanted him to try. Like I wanted to know that he tried and it didn't work, and then he moved on. Not that, you know, they both kind of tried and then he got himself into a situation with somebody else. And I don't know. I just thought he had a beautiful life going on and he could have made it work. That was the way I looked at it from the outside.
So is this something you reflected on since this event, or was this you?
No, I was doing it then. Like
You said this doesn't look right. He's kind of, I don't want to be responsible for breaking up a marriage, especially with two children. Is that kind of the gist I'm getting here?
I didn't think it didn't look right. I mean, I think he was legitimately sleeping in the basement, and I didn't think that these two were. I mean, I think it was like, hey, we're both stuck in this house for now. We got to sell this. In the meantime, you live here. I live here. We sleep in different rooms, take care of the kids. That's just like kind of how I took that. And no, I didn't think it didn't look right. I just thought it just seemed like he had so much going on and it was just beautiful that I was like, why don't you just try this out, you know, and see if you can fix it? And he'd always be like, well, what about us? What about us? I'm like, don't worry about us. Like, that is more important. Like, try to see if you can like salvage whatever it is that you have going on with your wife. And you know, I always got the impression that he was a great father to his kids, like always. And so, you know, I was like, and be the dad that you want to be. I was like, and see if you can make it work. And he just like we kind of talked about it off and on for like a few weeks, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. Like I think I was kind of like cold feeting about it when after I went over his house. And so this was like pretty early on. And then he told me that he went to North Carolina, and he was like, I'm gonna talk to her when I'm in North Carolina and see if I can get her to do this, to like try to like rekindle the flame.
Okay, so try to salvage his relationship as you've been asking him.
Yes, and then if he
When
decided,
did he go to North Carolina?
I think it was like the last week of July, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Wait, how do you know this, John? I just had to ask real quick, how do you know that she was pregnant by that guy from Thrive? Because you said that you stick to the facts in the case and not your emotions. So this must be a fact, right? She said it must have been the leopard skin dress. When asked how she got pregnant so quick, she wore it at the Thrive. Pics of her in the dress with the dude. Oh, really, Wendy? Well, I mean, wasn't Chris with her on that trip, or was it not that John was there at the time of conception? But you can't really blame people for their opinions on thinking that possibly, maybe NK knew more and stuff. If you're willing to, say like Shanann was pregnant by somebody else, when we don't know that for a fact. I mean, I think the parents there was a test done, paternity test, but it was never released to the public. He was not there for that trip. Did they show the paternity test? I mean, I don't think they showed it. Did they? They just claimed it did say it was him. I don't know. I think that, I mean, I know there was speculation that it was somebody else's child, but the cops said it was, didn't the cops say it was Chris's? They never showed actual proof, but it was said it was Chris's child.
So, I mean, this was like a couple weeks that I was just kind of like trying to push him to do that.
Let's pause at North Carolina and we'll come back to that real quick. I want you to read this. If you don't understand what it means, then ask me the question. But basically what it says is you have the right not to let me look at your phone. I'm asking to look at your phone for the purposes we previously discussed, for the text messages and your phone log, and unfortunately the photos that are attached therein too. That information is only relative to this investigation. I'm not looking at anything else except for the conversations between you.
I just want to add too, I also have read the discovery and every single freaking thing to do with this case. It's unreal how much information has been released on this case and how much is out there. And oh my gosh, I have watched, I mean, thousands of hours on this case. I am more, I've watched more on the Chris Watts case than any other case ever in my life. even more than Summer Wells, because Chris Watts' case had Discovery put out there all kinds of information out for the public to watch and go over. So yeah. Who names on? Dr. Phil in 2019 said DNA was Christopher Watts. The affair was just speculation. People drug Shanann through the mud in this case. Hey, Heidi. I know the autopsy, there is some things that people were saying about Shanann. That's a whole another thing too. Like, there is a lot. Yeah, she did get drugged through the mud. But she's gone, and people do. If you ever have watched Miss Mensa's one that really does not like Shanann. Everybody knew Shanann was controlling of Chris. Like, somebody had to wear the pants. Like, he was like a child. Right. She did not. Right. Chris is not the victim. Shanann didn't deserve what happened to her. He could have just left her. I had asked earlier if Chris was taking the Thrive. Yes. Yes, he was. Yes, he definitely was taking Thrive. And he lost a lot of weight. It was hard to sympathize with Shanann because she wasn't someone I could be friends with in real life. I don't agree with what happened, though. Yeah, she did the MLM stuff, and a lot of people didn't believe that she was sick. And that's another thing too. When it comes to the autopsy, she claimed she had lupus and stuff like that, and she also claimed that the kids had allergies and asthma and some kind of fever thing. Forget what it was called. And also digestion issues or something. And they were always in the hospital and stuff. So, and none of this kind of stuff came back in the autopsy. So that's why a lot of people kind of say things about Shanann. A new slogan: it gives you a hot body and turns you into a psychopath. Yeah, and then something about her giving medicine to knock him out. She put him to bed at like very early at night, like 6:30 or something. It was super early. And they also went to daycare, but she stayed home. So that was another thing people had problem with. I don't think so, country girl. I feel like it's still his fault no matter what. Like, even if he was under the influence of Thrive or whatever. Yeah, I don't know, Becca. I haven't tried it, but there is a lot of people that tried it because of this case. My stepdaughter sells Herbalife, and her entire life is on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. Hey, Southern Bella. Oh, thank you, Nay. She says, I'm the same regarding this case. I can recite the entire discovery. It's embarrassing to admit. No, it's freaking fascinating. I'd rather the kids, nobody would have got killed but man, this case was very fascinating. Then you had people that were in contact with Chris and all that, Right, Jennifer Lambert? Oh no, PG's in a mood. I know, country girl. It's Oh, really, Dreamcatcher? I'm sorry about that. There definitely was a lot to dive into, and won't it be interesting if we ever get this much info on the Summer Wells case? If we have body cam footage and stuff like that, do you think Hawkins County has body cams? Do you think we'll ever get body cam footage or anything like that for the Summer Wells case? You take Thrive and love it, but I hate that it's an MLM and I'm not a promoter. Nothing in Thrive made Chris do what he did. It's a vitamin and caffeine. Oh, wow. So it's worked really well for you, K Woods? Some point you think we will? Right, Robin. I know this is a case that got me interested in the true crime community on here on YouTube. Same, Sherry M. Kids were very young and got up early. Kids that age need 12 hours of sleep or so. I know, right, Quinny? Hey, Quinny, by the way, and thank you so much I've seen your awesome messages that some people, I don't know who sent it to me, but it was on some post and you were like sticking up for me and I appreciate it so much. Cal City Boys took a long time, so that gives me hope for summer that they want to have a strong case, right? Thrive made me tweak like a meth head. Oh, thank you guys. I don't want you guys getting yourself causing any more stress in your life, just. But of course, I do appreciate it. You feel like those letters shouldn't be allowed? What letters? Like people writing, Chris? You can't drink caffeine on it? That makes you too jittery, Becca? She was always so full of energy. The receptionist at your work sold it, Jennifer. It really made me feel healthier, but despise MLMs. Is it really expensive? Yep, NK has more to do with things than most know. Every time I restart, I learn more. Oh, and the notes I've taken. Extremely sad, sad, sad case. Yep. Certain things affect people differently. I know. I'm sure. We haven't seen Chris, like a picture of Chris for a couple years, right? So he probably has got chubby. He was doubling up on patches. Why are you pregnant, Randy? Just kidding. I think she didn't take Thrive when she was pregnant, but she did give it to the kids. Some, just like the snacks and stuff. So that was another thing some people had issues with, but she's not. It is expensive. Wait, what was that? That said Southern has more to do with things and not NK. I meant KK. Kim Kaufman? Or who do you mean by KK? Are you talking about, did you guys ever watch Kim Kaufman's channel? She's one that was writing Chris, and didn't she believe that wasn't her belief that she didn't believe Chris had anything to do. Well, she did believe he had something to do with it, but that either NK was involved or I have Lyme disease and it really helped because of the antioxidants. You can easily look up what's in it online. I don't think NK has anything to do with murders, but she's guilty of pressuring him and so on. She has guilty conscience for sure. That's why she is hiding. She's no Amber Fry. Did you watch KK too, Nay? Thrive would be a little too much for a pregnant woman, I think. I don't know. Did mess with Watt's head, though. I went through a major mental breakdown and midlife crisis after I used a liquid diet program and got skinny. Threw my whole life away. Wow. Does she still go live, Nay? Her channel was like Revelation or Revel. She was involved with the whole Lana thing too. Increases in miscarriage by a lot. That idea was put in the Chris's head by the lady. Yes, about Shanann strangling strangling the kids and then Chris killing her. Yeah, that was something that I think a lot of people thought, though, suspected what happened. Many people did think that for a short time. I kind of wondered that too, and I think that's why the detective asked that. I don't know. She had an interview since then about the case, and she tried to act like she thought he was guilty the whole time. And that was just like some kind of plan to get him to start talking by saying, oh, did Shanann kill the girls and then you killed her? Did they say who texted Chris right before he confessed about the girls? No, I didn't know there was a text right before he confessed. You read Sherilyn? Oh, that whole Sherilyn Cadle thing's a whole nother issue too, man. I bought the first Chris Watts book by Sherilyn Cadle, and then it came out that she had she literally completely plagiarized. I mean, copied a whole paragraph, probably other parts of the book too, off some other person's book, and she had to like give up all proceeds of selling that book. But then she did another book, and so by that time, I didn't trust her. Actually, that book I think got burned in a fire. It was at the last place I was not when I lived in West Virginia. Is when I purchased that book, Letters from Christopher. And I didn't read it all because I thought, man, I started it and I'm like, this is so poorly made. And I just thought it was a bunch of BS. It was written so horribly. The grammar and everything was bad. And I never finished it. And by the time when I heard it was plagiarized, I was like, I definitely was not interested in reading it because I don't know. I just never did. And then that place actually burnt down that I was living in. So it's probably bye-bye. Oh, really, Cynthia? Did you read the Kiwi? Did you read the second one? He said he gave her Oxy. After that mess, I think she got gone. Yeah, I remember this whole Oxy thing. I don't think she did have Oxy in her system. He did admit to, yes, he admitted to trying to make her have a miscarriage when he was visiting in North Carolina, when she was staying with her family. He says that he gave her Oxy and was hoping it would make her miscarriage. I don't know how she didn't know that's what he was giving. I don't know if did he spike her drink? Is that how he said he did it? He gave Shanann oxycodone to yes, nicely done. Strangling the girls twice made sick. Yes. That they woke up after he smothered them and then he went to the oil field and did it again. Right, Jennifer? I know. He put it in a Thrive capsule. He said he would never tell on who gave him the Oxy. It was, yeah, he said something like it's taking that with him to his grave. All right, let's continue.
And Chris Watts, and the phone data between you and Chris Watts for phone calls, for times and dates for those phone calls. And then the content of the text messages that are there. And we'll write that specifically down here. Understand
I
that
just don't want anybody to get some of those texts. Like they have nothing to do with this case, and they're just like,
between you and Chris.
yes, they're just.
So just tell me what
They're just kind of raunchy.
Okay,
Like I don't need anybody.
Everybody's an adult.
Posted like
we're not going to
somewhere.
post it.
I don't want the newspapers to get that. That's all I want.
The only ones that we would be looking for, again, is the same kind of questions we're getting to here, is things about his children, things about his wife, the questioning of, did he ever, has he ever said something to you that might indicate, maybe not then, but now, that there was something like this in his mind, or you know what we're looking for. I don't need to come out and tell you that. I understand the embarrassment of particular photos or potential sexual types of conversations you may have had with Chris, it's not relative to the investigation. We don't care. Okay. You're an adult. I'm an adult. Everybody in this room, even your dad. And I give it to you for saying that stuff in front of your dad, because I'm not sure many women could do that. So that's not what we're after. We're after the information that corroborates things that you've told us, and also that corroborates or may tend to prove that things that Chris told us were a lie. You understand that? And that's maybe going a little bit far. I usually won't tell people that, but because of your reservations, that's what I'm looking for. If I can disprove something he's told me by a phone records don't lie. People do. Okay. So if I can disprove something that may be important, that's what I need it for. I'm not saying I can. Has it happened before? Absolutely. Is it critical in cases that I've worked in the past? Yes. So that's why I want it. Okay. Again, you don't have to give it to me. You can tell me I don't want you to have it. Go get a warrant. I'm not even going to tell you if I go get a warrant, try to get a warrant right now. I'm just asking for you to consent. And again, we can write right here what you're willing to give me, which is the text messages and the phone log. And unfortunately, again, the attachments on some of those text messages, and I'll write it on there, and then you'll just sign it. Okay. Do you understand the questions there? Do you have questions about any of the things that it says? You understand you don't have to do this. You're doing it of your own free will. And I know you're tired, so if you want to let your dad read it too,
He will. Thank you.
that's a good idea.
Can you fill it out before I sign it?
Yep. And just you read it, and if you have any questions, then we'll put on there what we're after.
I'm so hungry.
You should have told me. I would have got you some food. I got food in my car.
It's not staying down. It's just coming.
She hadn't been
back up.
feeling good, not because of any, just
Like I got sick prior to this
Jim.
whole thing happening, and then I think all of this compounding with the
Stress.
fact that I'm sick, it's just not good. I've not really been eating or sleeping much at all.
yeah. I'm with you. We definitely need to accelerate the case, because the more it takes, the less sure that they are of situations. But on the other end, I think if you do just that only,
You tell me what you're willing to provide
is
to
that,
me, and we'll
is
write
that
it
good
on.
enough?
I just want like our text conversation, and then I guess our phone call records.
So I'm going to put
So the time and date of the phone call records, and then our text message.
Could we
text.
get photos of him?
Huh?
Could we get photos of him?
Off of
Would you
that.
mind if we got his photos that he sent to you?
Well, there'll be in that text message thing.
So all his photos were sent. There was no apps or anything else used
No,
that you
no,
guys
no,
were
no,
sending. It was
no.
all just text messages.
Yeah,
Okay. So it'd be an attachment to a text that he sent you.
pretty much.
But
Everything is in the text and the phone call records,
so
like all of it.
because we don't have it on tape, we discussed prior to turning the tape on Tuesday, which would have been the 14th of August. You had read some newspaper articles on the 13th and the 14th that regarded this case. You had also had a conversation with Chris at some point during the day on Monday. And on Tuesday, because of what you found, specifically what you said was, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but you found out that his wife was pregnant,
And yes.
and you did not know that prior, and you found that out via the newspaper articles, and that caused you concern.
Well, I just realized that he was lying to me, and I was like, well, if you can lie to me about this, what else are you lying to me about? And it made me realize that maybe his wife was in danger at that point, and it was day two, and she still wasn't home.
What did that cause you to do with your phone, though?
Oh, what? When I deleted those? I was just kind of grossed out by him, to be honest with you. I was just like, I don't know what's going on right now, but you just lied to me, and I don't want to see this come over my phone anymore. So I removed it.
So you already said, but you removed text messages.
I deleted all of his stuff because he lied to me. I mean, that's what it was. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then it was the lie that made me start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days.
And that's when you decided to come forward.
Yes.
Okay. So just for context,
Yes.
when people delete stuff off phones, usually we go,
No,
hold on
no,
a
no,
second.
no, no. It
And
wasn't
that's why I
malicious
wanted-
at
right.
all. It
No, I'm not
wasn't
saying it's
malicious at
malicious,
all. He lied to me. It just hurt. Like I had never felt like he'd ever lied to me before, and it was a big lie. I mean,
Right.
telling somebody that you're in the midst of a divorce and then you have a wife that has a 15-week-old baby on the way is a huge, huge thing. And I was very taken back, and it was hurt. And so at that point, I like deleted it. I had a few more quick things to say to him, and then I just got rid of him. That's literally what I did. I just cut him out of my life. It would have honestly been like a bad breakup kind of thing. Like if none of this other stuff would have happened, that's what it would have been. That would have been the end of it.
The information was not destroyed because there was anything in there that would be harmful to you or potentially to Chris at this point, but harmful to you in particular. That's not what you did it.
No,
You did it out of, excuse my language, this guy's an asshole, so I'm getting rid of him and I'm getting this stuff off my phone.
That was like me kicking him out of my life.
Okay.
And then, like I said, and then realizing that he lied, that was when I was like, okay, maybe his family is in danger and they're not coming back and they're not staying with a friend.
Yeah, when did I go over there? Tuesday morning?
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday.
I called you Wednesday morning.
That's when we started discussing, you guys need to get everything that it just,
You can understand the importance of,
oh, no question, we were,
like I said, people lie, phone records don't, and they really help specifically establish dates and times. I think we have a very good grip on that in this case already, but there may be a time when we go, we need to know something else, and then we would have it. We don't want to lose it, and that's really what it is for us. Is if we lose information that later on we go, man, I wish we would have got that, and we may never even use these. We may never even look at them, but if we have it now, then we don't worry about losing it. So I appreciate you being cooperative and giving it to us.
Yeah.
So the first thing I wrote was text messages between Chris Watts and attachments. Okay, so because we're talking about the photographs, unfortunately, that cause you much disdain. And then I am going to put phone log for calls between yourself and Chris Watts. Your phone number is 720.
656 9605.
And this right now is located we're at the Thornton Police Department. It's going to be moved to so this is kind of, doesn't make sense, but we're here. It's going to be moved to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. He's going to download it here, but I'm going to take it with me, just so you know. It's not staying here.
Okay.
They're not going to retain any of this. This comes with me. Okay?
is there anything else you want on there? I think that's about,
That's it. I mean, I don't have social media. I don't really have anything else you guys can pull.
Okay.
Is there anything else you know of that could help us with this that is not on this sheet?
You know what one of the strangest things about this case was, and her mentioning that she doesn't have social media kind of reminded me of it. Nobody, literally zero of her friends or family came out and spoke about the case or about her. Nobody has came forward from her past and is like, this is the type of person, Nichol is, and nobody has ended up on a YouTube channel speaking about the case who knew Nichol. Isn't that so weird? I don't know. That's so odd. Nobody wanted part of her. I don't know. Who's hated her more, her or Casey Anthony? Oh gosh. Oh, I can't pick. There was nothing you could find about her either. Like if you looked, and so many people tried. I tried. I'm sure many of you tried looking into who Nichol Kessinger was. There's like nothing. Would you turn your phone over? Well, yeah, in a murder case. If I didn't have anything to do with it, and I don't see why not, but that would help. That would help prove your innocence. Turning your phone over and text message and stuff would prove your innocence, right? She scrubbed the internet, yes. But just like she said here, she doesn't have any social media. So it was really hard to find anything up about her. She dropped off the face of the earth. Let me see here. I'm going to look her up real quick. I'm not going to show it or anything because I'm just curious if I look her up on a background site, if she comes up. Her name is spelled differently. Nichol. Kessinger, Colorado. Let me see if she comes up. Nope. There is 0 results for Nichol Kessinger. Make me put in her first name? Oh. What was her dad's name again? What's her dad's name? I had constables and a sheriff beat at my door and come in with big guns looking for my ex's bro due to warrants on drugs. It was so scary. They wanted my phone to look. I said, enough, definitely not. Yeah, you didn't have to in that case. That's a little different, you know? The episode on Dr. Phil he did on Nichol Kessinger that they never aired. I think I did. Oh, Dwayne Kessinger. You're right, Georgette. Thank you. I just wanted to see what's under his. I think you spelled it right too, Georgette. But when I look it up, it's under it's spelled like the normal way, Dwayne. But I could have sworn. And you know, another interesting thing too, another weird thing. There's so many weird things with this case. Do you guys remember when you looked up the Facebook of Dwayne Kessinger, what the picture was on his profile? Like the background image? It said Watts. Watts. It was like a picture of some kind of machinery or something, and it said Watts on it. It was so weird. Oh yeah, the whole gym friend thing too was another very weird thing. But yeah, I found him. I was just gonna look at his relatives. I'm sure she's not gonna be. Oh yeah, she has a sister named Stephanie. Does anybody remember the name people were trying to say that they believe she was going under? What kind of vehicle was Nicole Kessinger's again? It was a Nissan, right? Or Toyota? It was a truck, a gray truck. Devil Beside Me deleted podcast. Seriously, oil rig? No, it was like a. Do you guys remember? You didn't. You never heard of that, Crystal Stars? Yeah, it had. Does anybody by chance have that handy where I could show everybody? Dwayne Kessinger. Let's see. Let me type him in and see if it's gonna. I really. Yes, here it is. I found it. I found it. Hold on. Let me show you guys. I can. So many things in here in this case that was so. Okay, here we go. We'll get right back to that. I just want to show you guys what I was talking about his Facebook. And so, look, see how it says Watts right there? That's how his Facebook was when the murders happened. And not that it's a big deal, but when you add in all the other weird freaking things that happen with this case, like the his interview at the neighbor's house with what was on the TV, there's that ping that morning. There's all kinds of weird, like the ping, like is more like evidence. That's not really something conspiracy, but there was a lot of conspiracy type things that really freaked people out. Google says she is supposed to be living in witness protection. Yeah, she was a Toyota 4Runner. Was it a Toyota 4Runner? I was just looking at his background and it wasn't a Nissan Xterra, was it? Nissan Xterra? I don't know. There's another page that shows an electric meter for a profile pic. She drove a 4Runner. She owned a Dodge Dakota. I knew she was lying when she claimed the doctor's office gave her info. That's illegal. She just already knew, just saying. Oh, are you talking about her friend Nichol? The friend Nichol, not Nicole Kessinger, but Nicole, can't remember her last name at the time. All right this second. One YouTuber claimed to have pics of her at the grocery store in Colorado, and she had a Kia Telluride. There was a pictures that were going around of a girl that at the grocery store, like loading groceries in the car. It did look exactly like her. She said it was an emergency and asked that just yes or no, was she here? So that's not violating. Yeah, they wanted to know if she showed up for her doctor's appointment. Atkinson, there you go. Nicole Atkinson. Oh, Larry. Yes, I remember Larry. Is he still around too? Does he still do videos? A Gray Dakota. I've verified that myself. Okay, so let's continue.
As far as like data,
That's on your phone.
no. I mean, everything we did was like text and talk pretty much. I mean, and like I said, any pictures that I had, like even if you were to restore all my regular photos, there's so many pictures in there and you wouldn't even know which ones were for him and which ones weren't. But any picture that I wanted to send to him, I sent via text. So if you guys go through the text and the attachments, you will have everything that wasn't said verbally and was done via text. But I think that's it. Like I don't have anything else. As far as like no Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter, no LinkedIn, like none of it. So there was never any of that kind of correspondence. So I think that should probably cover everything you guys will need.
Is there any particular messages that would help me so I don't have to look at? Because whatever's on your phone, I don't know how long we're going to get back to, but let's say is there a particular date or time or message that stands out to you that would be relative to specifically to the investigation into this case that might assist me in understanding why something like this could have occurred?
I'm still in shock that this whole thing happened.
I
Like
can imagine.
I like that's why I gave him the benefit of the doubt for the first day, because I was just like, no way. Like I didn't even think about that. I mean, murder was not on the top of my mind when somebody doesn't come home for an evening, especially if they've just like had some sort of like heated conversation. It's like, okay, you guys are separating, you have a heated conversation, you leave for a night. Like I didn't even think this guy killed his wife. I mean, that like murder is on something on the top of my mind when I call one of my friends for 3 or 4 hours and she doesn't answer the phone. Like that doesn't even process to me as like a real thing that is a possibility at that point. And so that's why I gave it a day. And then the second day I was talking to him, he was just like a hot mess, I could tell. And then with like the way he was talking to me, and then that's kind of when I cut him off and I stopped talking to him. And then
So remember what you just said, and we're going to get to that because that's probably a very important conversation.
So if you want to know
So,
days, I would probably honestly just start it like Sunday and work your way forward. I mean, all the rest of that stuff, it's just like the small talk of like, hey, this, you know? I mean,
And your relationship building through the 6
yeah,
weeks.
I mean, like, and if you go like maybe like a week further back, like there's times like I was trying to help him find an apartment, like just for him, not for me, but for him and his kids, to get set up. And like there's times where I'm like, well, where's your wife moving to? Like, how close is she gonna be to you? You should be within like 30 minutes of your kids, so they're close. And like you want to be close to their school and close to your gym, and like what's your price range? Like I was helping him get all of this stuff set up, and it was like in a very decent manner. And I don't know if all of that is in text. Some of it's probably on the phone. Like at this point, I've talked to him so much that I don't even know which parts are like verbalized and which parts are texted at this point, but we can figure it out.
Okay. You see what I wrote? Text messages between Chris Watts and attachments, and then the phone logs for calls between your phone number and Chris Watts. Those are the two things that were asked to be extracted from your phone. So if you're okay with that,
Why does it say items removed? Cell phone data. Isn't that this?
that is that, and that's what he's
Oh.
going to remove, and then that officer is going to fill that out.
Gotcha. What is the date? I don't even know what
Today is the 16th.
You want to add anything to this?
If you give us your phone, we'll get him started.
Yeah, we just, we want to give you everything, but we also want to be protected in doing so. Is more of the
Sure.
thing. It's just
And when he's done, we'll give you our
Is there a
copy.
password or anything like it? Will it lock up after a
Yeah.
period of time?
Right here.
that's what notes. And
Make sure there's nothing written on the back.
Thank you.
There's not. I checked before I ripped it off.
Let's go back to North Carolina.
Okay.
He went to North Carolina and he was trying to rehab his marriage with his wife.
He
Do,
said.
do you
he
know
was-
her name at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay saying her name?
It's Shanann.
All right. And do you know the children's name?
Yes, it's Bella and Celeste.
Okay. She went by, they called her Cece.
Mhm.
All right. So he went to, were they in North Carolina
They were already
already?
there.
If you want something.
I don't know if my stomach would do that. Yeah, they were already out there. He just flew out there to go meet up.
Do you know why they were there?
They're all from there.
Okay. So they were there
They
for,
were visiting her family for the most part until he got there, and then they still were mostly visiting her family.
okay. Hey, do you know how long they had been there?
A while, like weeks.
All right. And he flew out to join his family there.
Yep.
Do you know specifically where he flew to?
What airport?
No. What city?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'm sure if I thought real hard, maybe I could think about it, but I mean, come up with it. No, I don't know.
All right. So he goes there. You said it was like the last week of July?
I think so. I think it was like one of the last days of July. I'm almost positive. I think it was a weekday.
Okay.
Yeah, he flew out there, and I thought I had like convinced him to like try to make peace with her, and I was like, if you guys work on this, like, I'm out. Because what's the point? Like, I'm not trying to be with somebody that's in another relationship, which I know that sounds silly given the whole relationship that we had in the first place, but I really was under the impression that they were separating. I mean, it was like reiterated to me so many times that that's what I thought it was. And it made sense to me too, because like he could pretty much call me whenever he wanted. Like I was the one that would tell him like, hey, when your kids are awake, you need to spend time with your kids. Like do that. And then after they go to bed, like if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. But it was never like this super, super restricted thing. Like sometimes like right after work, if I was like still talking to him, I get kind of bummed out. And I tell him just like, oh, it's frustrating sometimes like having to like wait. But at the same time, I was never like, this is horrible or, it was always like, I understood why. But then once his kids were asleep, he never like had any, it was like he could do what he wanted. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Sure.
He was in his basement and she's upstairs and they're not speaking. So it kind of made sense. It wasn't like,
And you guys are
sneaky
just
at night.
texting and
Or talking or whatever,
Right.
I mean, and it was like I said, it was at certain times, but that time, and originally it wasn't, but it was me that put that time frame on there because I thought he should hang out with his kids.
Those 2 times you were at his house, did you see any evidence of that? Him living in the basement? Did he ever show you that area or anything?
I've seen it, yeah, I went down there and saw his little workout equipment, and there's a bed down there all set up, and the basement was all clean and organized and stuff, so like a decent bed set up, so it made sense to me, like, hey, this is what's happening down here. So I saw it.
even though his family was in North Carolina for multiple weeks, it appeared that he was still living in the basement.
Well, and he told me sometimes he would like go upstairs and sleep if like he was home alone, because I know she'd like go on business trips and stuff, but he's like, I don't like that bed anyway, so he didn't really like sleep up there. I was like, okay. Even when it was just him. So
Okay.
that was the impression that I got. I don't know what you're talking about. North Carolina.
Go back to North Carolina.
So North Carolina. So he still made very frequent communication with me when he was out there. And at one point he told me that they sat down and they talked about it, and he told her that he wanted to either fix things or like to try to fix things, and if she didn't want to fix them, then they needed to like move forward with the separation and like actually file for a divorce at this point was the impression that I got from this, and was what he told me. And so He said that she was like pretty receptive to just not trying. He was like, she seemed like she just wants me to go. He's like, when she has her mind made up, she has her mind made up, and that's what she wants. And he's like, she doesn't want to try anymore. And he's like, and neither do I really. And he was like, it's done. And he's like, and then the next day, I don't even know what days these were. Sometime when he was out there, he told me, we're putting the house up for sale as soon as we get back. And I was like, well, that was quick. And he was like, it's her. She's ready to go. And I was like, okay. And so I left it at that. And then he got back and I started asking him, like, what are you going to do? Because the Colorado housing market is fire and you guys are going to sell this house like real fast. And I'm like, you need to start looking for a new place to live. And I'm like, where do you want to live? And I was really trying to help him out. I'm like, do you want to get a house? Do you want 3 bedrooms? So you have one and each of your girls have one. I'm like, do you want to, you know, like do an apartment? Like, what do you want? You know, where do you want to live? Because he's in Frederick, but that whole area over there is just like a bunch of small towns and you can kind of just pick and choose. Everything's kind of, you know, and so he told me, well, I like Brighton. And I was like, okay. And then he told me he wanted a 2-bedroom apartment and he said he wanted 1 room for him and the other room for his 2 girls. And I thought it was kind of cute. Like, I remember telling him, I was like, yeah, me and my sister had bunk beds, like at my dad's house. And I was like, when we were little girls, and me and my sister the same age apart as him and as his 2 daughters, you know? So I told him, I was like, they're going to love it. I was like, they might be like stuck in one room together. I was like, but they'll become like best buddies. And it was really exciting. Like, I liked helping him and I just wanted him to like, I don't know. This is what he told me he wanted. So I was like, well, I will help you do the research. But another thing that I really took care of was to be like, where is she moving to? I was never like, no, screw your wife, try to get full custody. None of that bullshit. It was always just like, you know, I'd ask him, I'm like, well, what kind of custody are you guys going to have? Because he at work, they're about to switch his schedule. So right now he's like a Monday through Friday and they're about to switch these guys to 8 days on, 6 days off.
That's tough.
That's awesome. And I was asking him, I was like, are you going to have your kids like on that set of days off? I was like, because that would work perfect. Like 1 week on, 1 week off. And I was just like, you know, we just talk about it. And I'm like, what is your plan? And he's like, we haven't figured out exactly what we're going to do about the kids yet. But he told me, he's like, Colorado's a 50-50 state and she's okay with everything 50-50. Like he said that she was like on board with this because she wanted it too. Like she was checked out of this relationship. So that was like.
Yeah, that's not really how it looked from her text messages, from Shanann's text messages, I should say. It didn't really look like Shanann was really. It sounded like she wanted to save the relationship if possible. So he was just bullshitting Nichol, and I think that he was just over the relationship or his marriage with Shanann, but obviously he went about things the completely wrong way. Where she was desperately trying to work on the marriage. What is Autumn? Well, I'm really into like true crime cases, so I watch all kinds of like, even though it's I don't know, I don't find it unnecessary to talk about really, because a lot of people believe that NK has something to do with it. She still smiles thinking about those dead little girls and those cute things she thinks he did. You think NK followed Shanann's channel? Chris saw Chris and wanted him. She probably searched for him, found out where he worked, and got a job. Wow. I know it is weird. It's so weird how she's talking without. This is the day that they were found. It was found out they were murdered, and she's not upset or anything. It's so very odd behavior. Right? What about room for his son? That's a good point. But she claims that she didn't know she was pregnant. Remember, she claims that she did not know that Shanann was pregnant. Um, yeah, off behavior. Yeah, you would think she would be in shock, crying. There was 2 little girls, like, you just found they were murdered? I don't know. No, they meant she's saying unnecessary stuff to the investigators, like she just wants them to like her and that she almost knew they were gone. To me, in my opinion, not fact. Oh, they meant what Nichol is saying is unnecessary? I think she probably stalked her Facebook too. If you guys were dating somebody who claimed that who was married but claimed that they were separated, wouldn't you be looking into them on Facebook? Any freaking woman would do that. Because men lie all the time to get into your pants, like all the time. So you're going to be looking them up on Facebook. And her Facebook was public because she was doing the whole MLM thing. And there was like tons of videos and stuff. And there was her video about, surprising Chris with her, pregnancy tests and stuff. At that point, he had just started his affair with Nichol, but I believe she had to have known Shanann was pregnant. She had to have looked into Shanann. That's what Dr. Phil said. What about looking up on Facebook? Facebook research? But now there's this Google evidence or history or search history on her phone or her computer. I think it was her phone. I don't know. One of the two, whatever. Phone, probably. Where she was looking into Shanann and Chris, like, before she even started dating him. Everybody thought maybe that was a typo because it was like, what? What about this? Why is she looking up? They had no explanation for that. Zero. I look people up before I interview them. I look everyone up for friends before they go on dates. Right. Right, Wendy? She knew she was pregnant. Maybe it's a crazy case. Was from the company phone. And when she saw there was their house, I think did that in for Nichol, even though she had no business being there. Yeah, Shanann did, was one of those people who wanted to look like she had the perfect family, the perfect life, the perfect house and kids, perfect husband, everything perfect. That's how she liked to portray to the world. So somebody seeing that, like, in case coming in and seeing that would be like, wow, you know, when you would be kind of like probably, I don't know about, probably jealous seeing him have that perfect life with Shanann. Oh, thank you, Becca. Thank you so much. Woman can take my man, then she can have him. Any man whom truly loves his wife can't be taken. That's true. I don't want anybody that doesn't want me. I never understood that. I never understood guys that would be like begging for you to stay or be with them or whatever. It's like, don't you want me to want to be with you? Like, why would anybody beg somebody to be with them? Because then you have to worry about if they give in because they feel bad or whatever reason, then you have to worry about if the person is just with you out of pity or for whatever reason. I just want whoever I'm with to want to be with me. I never, ever will beg somebody to stay with me, ever. Looks like she's wearing the driveway outfit. Do you believe the timeline, or were they together earlier than they claimed? It's hard for me I guess I believe the timeline, but it's hard to believe as far as when they met, because just like somebody said, well, what about the work emails? Those started during the time that they claim, right? I don't think there's any proof of them talking before end of May or early June or whatever. But it would seem that they had been dating or knew each other longer. Many people claim that they had met before at like the gym or something. BoxyCharm packages. I think in case saw the ultrasound pic on the fridge or somewhere at his house on the 4th of July is what caused her freak out and their fight that day. Yes, they did fight that day. She took off and left. June texts say a lot about the timeline. I do believe the short affair timeline. Yeah, and it is, the beginning is when people, like, when you have those super strong feelings and are really into somebody. So he was just like really whipped. He hadn't been with, she was way different than his wife. I know why he couldn't just walk away or work something out with Shanann for visitation with those beautiful babies. Yeah, the honeymoon time. She ain't that good looking. I would say that, okay, this is how I personally, like, as far as, even though it doesn't have anything to do with it, I think she's pretty. I think she has a really good body. I'm not trying to sound like freaking weird here or something. But I always thought, I would explain it like Shanann is like okay. They're two different pretties. Nicole Kessinger is sexy and Shanann is pretty. Well, when you look at her, yeah, like just one glance, you would say average looking, but she had this sexy look going on. I think Nicole had a better body. I shouldn't probably say it. I think that Shanann was, prettier, like her face, and she's apparently so damn sexy, according to Chris. Oh gosh, I totally forgot about that, Jen F. Now that I just said that she's, oh God, I did not just say that. Yeah, usually that's true. Okay, I would definitely agree. Guys usually do not like cheat up. They always, usually who they cheat with is never usually as good looking as their wife. Yeah, NK definitely more of a wild side. I think she was willing to experiment in many things, if you guys know what I mean. And that can be very intoxicating for a man. Oh my gosh, that little giggle thing that she does is so creepy. No one's sexy with that voice. Okay, I can't really. That's true. Does he even think of his family? Just wondering what is going on in his twisted mind. Right? Beach Life, he acted like what set him off, but by what Shanann said is that he would never see the kids again. That's when he said he strangled her. If he was that passionate and loved his kids that much, how did he later on kill his kids? You know? I've seen people, Carol, I don't agree with that. I've seen people who's had been pregnant and had their bodies like went right back. But that's just my opinion. Like everybody has opinion on who they find. Like if you look at somebody, just look at them. If I didn't know anything and I just looked at them, that's what I would say is like that's just my opinion. I think definitely Shanann had the prettier face for sure. But that really doesn't change anything with the case on like who's like more attractive or whatever. It changes nothing. I know that giggle in the closet, that doll that giggled in the closet was freaking crazy. Your daughter was back to normal in 2 weeks. Yeah, it is. Autumn, it is have to do with genetics. Some people are just lucky like that. Or they're very active when they are pregnant or whatever. But for little girls, like little women who sometimes that can really cause a lot of stretch marks and wreak havoc on their body. But she was a freak. She was a freak. But it still doesn't, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Right, Carol, you're just saying that people many people disagree with me about that, probably more than most. It's hard to even say that because she's the mistress, nobody wants to look at the mistress and say anything nice about them, but okay, country. Carrie Ziggy. Carrie Ziggy. Gonna give you a heads up on messages and Jenna. PG's chat turned on him and said they only bring drama. Don't let them bring it into PG. Haven't heard say anything bad about you in a while. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't heard about that. I mean, I kind of did a little bit. Oh, well. I was back to my size for 2 weeks after having my first. Took forever to lose weight after my second, but I was 23 and 36, so age may have been a factor. NK just lost a lot of weight, and she slept with a lot of men from work, and work had emails. She did lose some weight. She wasn't really. Oh, thank you, Truth. I should say Tabby. Thank you. It's so sweet. I don't know. I wonder how she's probably just living life like she's a new. I wonder too. I wonder if who knows what she's up to. Yeah, she was a little bit chubbier, I guess. Yeah, I'm not going to get until that, Samantha. I'm going to stay away from that drama. I'm not going to get in between PG and Jenna situation or whatever. Oh, thank you, Robin. Da boogie down. Till next time, she says. Have a good night. Well, that's how we get new people in here. We talk about things that we usually aren't. It doesn't bring as many people, but it's really I almost enjoy the smaller chats, and 300 people is still a decent amount. And Kay looked fine, but she definitely slimmed up and had been getting in shape. Yes. Okay, let's continue.
How he made this sound, that it was like a very like kosher, we're done kind of thing.
Did you ever give him like books or articles or anything to read about saving your marriage? Did you ever provide anything to him like that?
About saving his marriage?
Yeah, like how to recover a marriage or how to save your marriage. There's all sorts of publications and books out there.
No, but I did tell him, and I don't know if I did this through text or phone. That will be something you guys will, I'm sure, figure out. But I told him a few times, like, I think that you should take the time to read some articles about what separation does to kids. And I told him, I said, when my parents separated, we were literally like 3 and 5. We were almost the exact same age as these little girls. And I told him, I said, I was so young when it happened that it didn't really have like a big negative effect on me because I was so small that I didn't really process it too well. I was like, but I do have cousins that their parents got divorced when they were like 10, 11. And I think that it hit them a little harder, and he's like, oh, they'll be fine, and I told him, I was like, even though they're small and you think that they'll be fine, I was like, I think you guys should just read about it just so that you guys are prepared in case, one of these two starts having a hard time with the fact that you guys aren't in the same house anymore. And I would tell him, I was like, there's pros and cons to it. Like, cause he was like getting ready to do it. And it would be like, it's kind of cool having 2 Christmases and, like your parents get to go, be happy doing whatever it is they want to do with their lives. And they don't have to be in a situation that's probably not good for the kids because it's not good for those two, but at the same time, it was like, just read. Like, that's what I always used to tell him. I'd always tell him to like, I tell people to read about everything. Reading is so good for you.
So he, at this time, is telling you that, yeah, I am the guy trying to save the marriage and she doesn't want it.
That's what he told me. So, and then he was like, she doesn't want it, so I'm not going to do it. And then it was like, we're filing for divorce, we're selling the house. And this was like all as soon as they were coming back from North Carolina, like boom, 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 boom.
Would you recall when he gets back from North Carolina?
No, I don't even know how long he was out there. I know it was like less than 2 weeks and more than 1.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So he comes back early August. Would that be fair?
Oh yeah, it was definitely like in the first 2 weeks somewhere.
All right.
Probably the second week of August at some point in that. I don't remember when.
Does his wife come back with him at that time? Or
Yeah, they all came back.
They all come back at the same
They
time.
all came back. And then, so he continues to just, tell me that this is like what he wants. And so I took the time, and you will see that in the text too, where I I found this apartment. It was perfect. It was so cute. I was like, it's in your price range. It's like 6 miles from the gym. It's 23 miles from work. I'm like, it's super close to Frederick. It's going to be by your kid's school. Like, this is the spot, and I told him, I was like, I'll keep looking for more places. And he's like, well, there's some that I want to go see too. And he actually had me thinking that he was going to go look at these places this week before all
Okay,
this.
so this is fairly recent then, if we're
this
talking.
just happened, like in the last.
He's going to
couple
go
weeks.
look at apartments.
He wanted me to go
During,
with him.
when you say this week, are you saying
Like this
Monday
this week.
was the 13th?
Like this week.
Okay.
Yeah. So I told him, I was like, well, pick out a few spots. And if you want me to come with you, I'll go look at them. But you
You said earlier that he had never, or that the apartment wasn't for you and him. It was just for him and his children.
oh yes.
It was, you had no intentions of moving in with him.
No, I have my own spot. I still have a lease there till July. And even then, like, he never asked me to move in with him.
Okay.
And I never tried to move in with him. I mean, I told him, I really try to take everything with this whole situation very slow. The only part that I screwed up on was the fact that he wasn't completely separated from her when him and I decided to spend time with each other. That is where I screwed up. But other than that, everything else, it was always like, you build your life, I'm going to build my life. We will intertwine them, but I am not ready to like do this. And he respected that. And I even said that, and I don't know, that might be in the text, but said that too, where it's like, Chris, like, you need space. Like, you're just getting out of a divorce. Like, personally, I think jumping into a new relationship is a little quick. It's like, I was in a relationship earlier this year, and I think this is also a little quick. And I'm like, so why don't we take our time? And I'm like, if you guys end up doing a week on, a week off with your kids, I'm like, the week you have your kids, be with your children. And the week that you don't, I'm like, I don't even want to see you every day. I'm like, I think we should spend like a few days of that together. I'm like, because I like my space, and I think you need your space. I think you need your space to like develop your identity again and like get it back, because I think he's just been like so wrapped up in this whole thing that he's got in his own life and his life that he doesn't remember probably what it's like to like be single or have time where it's like just him.
Sure.
And so I was just like, like, embrace that. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I really try to like take it smart with all that. And it was the same thing with his kids. I was just like, and we talk about things every once in a while where I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, cause like I have a lot of house plants. That's a good example. So I have a lot of house plants, and I told him, I was like, one day, if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm going to show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants. I was like, I think they would love to see something grow that they built. I think it would be really, really cute. And like little stuff like that, but it wasn't very frequent. It wasn't, hey, we should get married, and hey, we should have babies, and hey, I want to live with you, and hey, I need to meet your children now, and let's cut the mom out. It was never like that.
And there was never any conversation about, you know, we can't do this with her around. We can't do this with the kids around.
No.
He never said that. You never said that.
No.
So the way you guys were trying to make this work was just, you know, slowly trying to come together because of his current situation, and you, by your own account, your own.
Mine. I mean, I
You're
don't
just
wanna
a independent person. It sounds like pretty much,
Yeah.
and but through text message or through conversation, he never said, "Hey, you know, this isn't going to be financially able. I'm not going to be financially able to do this, or this isn't a good thing. I got these kids." None of those conversations ever came up.
No, I mean, he told me like he had a budget restriction. So for his apartment, and I'm pretty sure this is in the text, and this will probably be in the last couple of weeks. He told me $1,100 to $1,400 when I was asking him, like, because I told him I'd help him do homework. I was like, you do some homework, I'll do some homework. We'll knock this out, because if you guys are for real putting the house up, you got to figure it out. And so that was his budget. And I remember asking him, I was like, you sure you don't want to just get like a house? And he's like, I never thought about a house. I'm like, yeah, you can rent houses, man. Like, it's a thing. And he's just like, I don't know if I can afford that. I was like, okay. And I knew that those two had been through some financial trouble. I definitely found out a lot more about that situation in the newspaper recently.
Okay, so prior to the newspaper, how did you know he was in financial difficulty?
Because when I went to that house, everything in there is very, 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 very nice. It looks like it all comes with a very expensive price tag. And I didn't say anything to him about it, but I could kind of tell then where I was like just looking at everything like, how do you guys afford this? And then he has that car. I don't even know how much that car costs, but I bet it's
What car is
that
it?
Lexus. I'm sure that thing costs like 80 grand, but just like money, like everything just looked like it costs a lot of money in that house.
You probably have a decent idea of how much money he makes.
Yeah, and it's not enough money to pay for all that, not even close.
Did you have any idea what Shanann did for a living or how much money she might have made?
I mean, I had an idea. I would consider her like a sales rep. I don't know how else to describe that. For the company that she worked for. And I don't know exactly how much she made. He said that she was really competitive and she liked to try to keep up with him. He's like, she gets close sometimes. So I don't know how much those two brought in. I mean, off the top of my head, if I could guess, probably somewhere around like 140K a year. I mean, I don't know, because I don't know exactly how much he makes, and I don't know exactly how much she makes, but based just off of like what I know about the oil field, like, yeah, I would say that's probably an accurate estimate.
So even if they're making, let's just use the figure $100,000, they're living above their means or below their
Oh
means?
my God, like
Way too much.
way.
Did he ever
too-
discuss with you any of those issues?
I mean, a little. I mean, I didn't know about the bankruptcy or any of that till I read on the newspaper about that. But I think he was really frustrated with the situation. He told me, he's like, I feel like my paycheck goes in my bank account and I just watch it go like this. He's like, but it doesn't have to. He's like, she makes it like that. And I was
So
just
was
like,
he resentful for that?
I don't know if he was resentful. I just think he was frustrated by the fact that they could be doing a lot better financially. And she, from the vibe that I got, had really bad spending habits.
So she was a spender. The car, hers or his?
I think it's hers.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that that's hers.
Do you know what other car they might have?
Well, I mean, his APC pickup truck.
And that's
it, I think.
That's owned by Anadarko, though, right?
Yeah. But so I don't think they own any other vehicles as far as I know. I think it's just that thing.
And Anadarko doesn't allow him to drive that on his own personal time, right? So he's just got one vehicle.
Yep.
And it's a very expensive Lexus. And then they live in a pretty expensive house.
It's a huge house.
Yeah.
I was very taken back when I saw it. I was just like, whoa. How?
And then
you
the
guys,
fixtures inside caused you to pause.
everything was just like,
And then you mentioned today you read something about bankruptcy.
Yep.
What did you read?
That those guys filed bankruptcy for a lot of money in
Who are those guys?
to that couple
Okay.
in 2015.
Another weird thing she always keeps doing is that couple or those kids or that house. She never, like, she distances herself, you know? Watch when her brother premiered this. He just kept saying she's innocent, forgiven, and they were just getting this out before the Vulture channel's distancing words. Yeah. I guess they wanted to put it out first before other channels did. And so the brother of Shanann is saying that this lady is innocent. Yeah, it's kind of been how the position that it seems her family has taken. They never seem to have ever been very suspicious of Nichol Kessinger. She does this since he has to keep reeling her back into the same zip code and not roaming charges. I guess I'm trying to think if that might be normal, right? To distance yourself from something so horrific. But it would also be normal, probably, if you had something to do with it and didn't want to, get anywhere close to it. Separating yourself. Yeah, I don't know. I think that because of it might be so I can't say that just a guilty person would be doing that. Yeah, I know. DTC. Normal for not trying to catch an accomplice to murder charge. Hey, Princess Mariposa. Side chick never feels remorse. Wow. Well, with two little babies, what were they? 2 and 3? They were 2 and 3, right? It's been a while since I've looked into this case, really, but man, I used to dissect this whole thing. I know, Becca. Where is Melissa? It's weird when she's not here. Oh, were they 4 and 5? Are you sure? 4 and 5? Now I have to look because why was I thinking 2 and 3? Mm, 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Yep. Yeah, they were about to, one of them was about to start kindergarten. Hey, Misty. Just like she uncontrolled and bossy, but free, fun, no kids. So you don't want to be with her anymore. Nikki probably put things in his head. Wouldn't most humans be questioning their judgment, wondering how they missed something so mortifying about? I would think so too. Like, oh my God. But man, have you seen? Well, May, you say you didn't follow this case really, but the guy, he looks like so normal too. So, and it didn't sound like Shanann was really like scared of him. There was no, well, she did express towards the end, saying she was scared of him because she didn't recognize him. He was just off. He wasn't acting his normal self. He was very distant. And then she did one time say that she was scared to be around him because he didn't want the baby. But there was nobody from his past that could say anything bad about him. Everybody talked about how great of a guy Chris Watts was. He would do anything for you. He would give you the shirt off his back. He was a nice, chill guy. He was slow to anger. He was just perfect, according to everybody who's ever known him. You think he looked creepy, Princess? I think he looked normal, but looking at him now, knowing what he did, yeah, it's creepy. Yeah, why they couldn't work out an agreement. So many options for divorce parents. The chance to see any triggers. Was she afraid? And what about the letter that was written beforehand? If anything happens to me, my wife did it. Like, what? That's another thing. This is such a mind F. Right? He put up a great front just goes to show you never know what happens behind closed doors. Yeah, he didn't speak up, that's for sure. Sounds like all these, hey mama stuff. It sounds like all his scary thoughts were just like secrets. Oh no, definitely not perfect, Marlene. Not saying that at all. He was not perfect. That's what I'm saying. But everybody talked about how great of a guy Chris Watts was. Nobody had anything bad to say about him until this. And it's like, that's what makes it scary, is what I'm saying. Is you think that you know somebody and they're capable of this the whole time? Oh, your 7-year-old is practicing her reading with the comments, Becca. Well, everybody watch their language. That's true, Misty. You know how men get when they take steroids. What's he using? Supposedly not. Supposedly there was no drugs in this situation. People wanted to accuse Shanann too of using. But no, supposedly not. That's what people thought. Like, is he using, were they doing meth or what? But it seemed like he was real healthy. And Nichol Kessinger too seemed like a very healthy type. Like I don't know. She doesn't seem really, even though they claim she's into some like, she's very earthy, like into crystals and natural stuff. So I couldn't really see her. I wouldn't think she would be using drugs. but I don't know. And steroids is a good point. Was he taking steroids? Addicted to money and nice things. Yeah, macros. She wanted to go work on his. She freaking was trying to make a meal plan for him and counting his macros, whatever that means. Right? And we just never really know a person, right, Marlene? If I were being interrogated by the police, I'd probably cry at some point, either out of remorse or anger. I know. I guess we're all capable of doing some pretty horrible things. We're all capable. We all can physically, I guess. But it's like not, we don't, if we're like have to like protect our family or something. But some people, I guess, they just are able to look at life like it's like nothing, I guess. It's hard to understand people's a murderer's thinking or why Chris Watts did what he did. It's like I just want to figure him out. Like what went wrong here? You're friends with Shania's brother Frankie, and he never mentioned anyone being on drugs. Yeah, I don't think there was really drugs. I mean, of course, it came up in question, but it's never. No. The only question of any, of course, there was the Shanann's. She came back positive for alcohol, but many think that could have been from decomp. But I don't think she was really. I don't think she tested for any drug positive. It came back. It looked like that it did on the drug screen, but there was an explanation for it. I forget what it was about. But yeah, there was no like drugs. Oh, look, there's cracking asses. We were just talking about you. You lost your granddog. He was 14 years old. My daughter's heart was completely shattered. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's sad. Man, I guess we know, like, if you're not here, then there must be something wrong. And that just proved it there because we were just talking about you. Somebody was asking where you were at. I'm like, I know, it's weird when she's not here. The more I've felt NK was innocent of anything to do with the crimes. Well, the family thinks believes she is, so your son-in-law used to use muscle enhancers and got aggressive, like physical, like would be sweet and then snap. Hey, Karina. Yes, hearts for your daughter, Melissa. Okay, so let's continue.
Oh, Shanann and Chris
Thanks.
filed bankruptcy in 2015.
Okay. And you said for a lot of money. Do you recall the amount?
No, because it was different in each of the newspapers, and I don't know which one to believe.
Okay.
So hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, yeah, I
So-
didn't know that.
Let's go just back to him and the financial. He tells you, he has a concern enough to at least express something to you that he's frustrated with the way she spends, or he's upset with working so hard and never having any money, and she's kind of she's the responsible party for spending most of the money.
I pretty much got that vibe. I mean, he just told me, he's like, we're house broke all the time. I was just like, that's unfortunate. And I asked him, I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. And I mean, the reason I ask him this is because if I get into a relationship with somebody, I want to know like what kind of baggage that they have. I think that's important if I walk into a situation where I'm like, hey, I have good credit and I have all these things that I've been building, and you don't have your stuff together. Like, what are we going to do with this? And it's important for your long-term.
You're smart.
Thing. So I'm preparing. And so I just asked him, I was like, well, do you have 401k? And he's like, yeah, I do have that. And then I asked him, I was like, I didn't ask him like how much debt they had or anything, but I just said, is your lifestyle sustainable? And he was like, no. And I was like, how long do you think that's going to take? He's like, I don't know, but it's not sustainable.
Where did his girls go to school?
I don't know. He never actually told me. Like when I asked him once, it was like when I was trying to find him an apartment, I was like, are you comfortable telling me where your girls go to school? That's in the text too. I was like, so I can figure out what distance from the apartment it is. I was trying to just make his life convenient with like him, his ex, his kids, and all the stuff that he needs to do and work. And he was like, don't worry about it. Their school's pretty centrally located. So anywhere in the area that we were discussing will be fine. And he just left it at that. So he didn't even tell me, which was fine. I respect that.
Daycare is obviously very expensive for a 2, 3, and 5-year-old, right?
I
So
don't understand.
did he ever bring did he ever discuss that?
Never.
Okay.
Never. Like I said, the only financial thing he ever said is just like, she just likes to spend money, like a lot of it. So that was just kind of the vibe that I got from that. And that it was a lifestyle that she liked to live, like very like materialistic kind of lifestyle.
Wanted to
Like it
project
was-
a certain image.
Yes, all the time. And he said that was why they got that house too. It's like she wants everybody to think that we live a certain way and that we can like sustain all this stuff. And he's like, and we can't. And I told him, I said, when you're in those situations, why don't you, I'm like, do you like voice your concern about this? And he told me, he's like, when I try to talk to her, he's like, she's really bossy and she usually shuts me out. And he's like, when she does that, he's like, I just let it go. And I'm just like, all right. I mean, I don't try to like interfere with how those two interact. But I did ask about it because I'm just curious, because I would never put myself in a situation where someone was like, you know what, we're going to live in this house that costs like double what we can afford. And that's how it's going to be, because I want everybody to think we're fancy, because I wouldn't do that. I mean, to me, like I wouldn't put up with somebody doing that to me. And I'm not saying that that's what she was doing. I mean, for all I know, he could have been completely lying about this. He could be the one spending all the money.
Sure.
You know,
This is just what he told you.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's as far as I can interpret it. So I can't be like, well, oh, she needs to do this and she needs to do that. But he voiced his concern where it's just like financially, I'm in a very bad spot that I don't need to be in, but I'm stuck in. And that was.
Real quick, is that person here that says they're friends with Frank Jr., which would be the Shanann Watts brother? If you guys don't know, like Melissa said that you weren't really into this case, but right here, this is the mistress of Chris Watts. And this is the first time it's been shown on video. Before, we've only seen on audio. But what I want to ask is, do you guys think that Nichol Kessinger ever contacted the parents of Shanann Watts? I never heard anything about that. Like, I don't know. Is that maybe why the family seems to be so? I know that they're a very forgiving family as is, because they're Christians and they try to be very forgiving. So I could totally see Shanann's mom being forgiving of Nichol Kessinger, even if she hadn't talked to her. But I was just wondering if Nichol Kessinger ever reached out to them ever. She never contacted the Ruseks. She may have considered it, but was probably advised not to. He talked to Chris, last I heard. They talked to Chris now? They're buried in North Carolina with her maiden name, not Watts. Yep. Well, she claims that, Melissa, some people don't really like this lady. Yeah, she was probably one of the most hated women in the world there for a while. Possibly still, I don't know, but she claims that she didn't know that Shanann was pregnant, and also she claims that she was convinced that they were getting or that they were getting a divorce. So right, I wouldn't date a married man unless I like talked to the wife and made sure, like, hey, because to me, like, even though they're separated, they're still kind of, it's like her man still. And I think the respectful thing to do as a woman would be to ask the woman, the wife, if they are separated and stuff. Because I don't know. And if the wife was like freaked out about it, I wouldn't want anything to do with the guy. That would show me that there's going to be all kinds of drama, and it's they still lived together. Yeah, right. They still live together. That's another thing. He had been in prison for over a year when he wrote the letter. I don't know. I'm really... Not everybody thinks the same, though. Like, especially at this point in my life and stuff, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure that I wouldn't want any type of, I don't want to date anyways, so. Right, separated and living under the same roof is never ready to start dating. Did you watch the latest interview with him? Probably. Which one is that, Misty? Unless there's been one very recently. Kids broke the plug, had to put my hands in cold, murky water. It was terrible. She knew better. She wouldn't have been hiding dating him. Yeah, she kind of did hide dating him. Does anyone think that Chris is protecting NK? Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of people that believe that. But here we are now, 3.5 years later. He's totally the type, if there was a type of person who would be the type to take a case for somebody, Chris Watts is definitely it. For sure. He's totally the type that would. He's a people pleaser, like big time. Does she contact him? Some people try to say that she has, and Chris claims that in letters that he thought possibly she had, or it was on a phone call or something. He thought maybe she was contacting by an alias. I haven't dated since my husband passed away almost 9 years ago, and I still have absolute no desire to. Wow. Yeah. I'm just got out of a relationship, and I don't know. I like to be single. It's easier being in a relationship as far as it makes life easier financially, I guess, and it makes things more comfortable and you don't have to worry as much. But I don't know. I like my alone, like being alone, and so that's why I don't know why you wouldn't tell, you would tell right away, right? I'm crazy, says Kristen. I filed for divorce and lived with my then soon to be ex for over a month. The fucker wouldn't move out. Oh, I know. I've dealt with. I always have. Yeah. It's funny because women always get the women are always known as the crazy ones, right? We're always like the emotionally unstable ones. So we're going to do drastic things and react drastically because we're emotional. But it's funny because there's so many crazy guys out there. Like crazy controlling guys. Yeah. There are a lot of crazy guys out there. When, you always think of women as the ones that would like fall in love and you can't get rid of her. There's a lot of guys like that. There's a lot of freaking dudes like that. Certain peace of mind and knowing what to expect because your life and future doesn't depend on the fate of another in that way, kids, family. That's true. I always worried that I was going to be a widow because he was so much older than me. I had his money, not with the husband. I had his money. Yeah, I do better on my own, even with the worries. That is true. That's how it was with me and my ex too. Everything, we had our own things, and I paid half, but yeah, and it was weird too. After 9 years, you would think like we would have like combined. No, we had our own everything. I was told I have to evict mine. Really, Cassie? Yep. Women aren't more emotional than men. Men gaslight women into believing this sort of thing. See definition for hysterical. If my current doesn't work forever, I'm done. Single forever after that. Yeah. I'm sorry, Cassie. Sounds like he's in love. There's always one though. It's hard to be the one that's like being broken up with. So a lot of times they'll hang on even though they know the relationship's not good. They don't want to be broken up with. It's just it's such a hit to the ego for a guy. Plus, guys can be very, I don't know. Overheard saying he was going to sit in the field across the street and shoot me. Oh my God. You overheard that? Your ex? Oh my gosh, dude. I'm going to stay quiet because it just sounds like something very quite familiar. I'm not saying like shoot, nobody threatened to shoot me, but I honestly had a pretty good 20 years with my son's dad. If I don't find anything after that, I can say I was loved and had a best friend. Aww. When my husband and I were younger and I would get mad at him, he says he'd sleep with one eye open because I'm crazy. Mofo. Being used to someone. Yes. You get used to somebody and you have a routine and it works and it's comfortable. Not wanting to change. Familiarity, and men want a woman around a lot of them to do chores, cook, etc., and don't want to do it themselves. Yeah, it is easy a lot of times just staying with the one you have. Dating and, getting to know somebody all over again, that just sucks so bad. Nobody wants to do that. And it's awkward AF. And I'm not like a high school girl. Like, I just don't want to do all that. Spoken to true crime community. Half of us, what did that say? Half of us lived that kind of trauma when it came to study it. The only thing my husband's shooting is off at the mouth occasionally. I've been married for 25 years and will never start this cohabitation thing over ever. No way. I know. Well, I did a spell on mine when we're about 19 and he says that he can't leave until I undo it. No, that's funny. I didn't know if it was just me or is it. I just wanted to see other women's experience with men, like who have dated a minute. I mean, I'm not talking about ones who have only had one or two guy in their life. They found their match from the start. Like, I'm talking about those who have dated around and have some experience. I guess being a hoe. No, I'm just kidding. No. I just wondered if it just seemed like to me. Of course, most people don't think that they're the crazy one, though. Maybe maybe guys I've dated think I'm crazy. But yeah, I always dealt with like very, for the most part, pretty controlling men. I dealt with a few psychos who claim they're going to like kill themselves if you leave them. And I'm like, okay, kill yourself. I'm just kidding. No, because the only reason it's not funny or anything, it's not funny, but the thing is, nobody's going to force me to stay with them because they're going to kill themselves. Why? And I don't get that. I don't know why guys do that and why they say that or why anybody would say that to somebody like, oh, if you leave me, I'm going to kill myself. Like, so you're pretty much forcing me to stay with you. You want somebody to be with you who you know doesn't want to be there. They're just staying because you're going to kill yourself if you leave. You know what I mean? And so eventually it's just like kill your I know it sounds horrible, but it's like you're literally that's not cool to do to somebody either. Manipulative tactic with a narcissist. Dawn does. Oh, I bet Dawn does that for sure, Jen F. Theory versus practice. No, one thing to know how to do something, quite another to put that knowledge. Right. Very, very true, Catnip. Good way to put it. Theory versus practice. In my next life, I'm going to be a host since I've never gotten the chance to cut loose. If they threaten suicide, I call until 911. They have a good 3 days of therapy and coloring to think about the decision. I just would have people like guys like, oh my God, I can't even. Tell you. I'll get started and we'll stop on some of the crazy experiences I've had. I met the most perfect man 26 years ago. I was married for 17 years, the first time to a cheater. Aw, you definitely deserve that. Or don't, not the cheating. Oh my God. You definitely deserve to have, to met the perfect man 26 years ago. Because you're definitely a really good person. Yes, definitely, Frosty, for sure. For sure. A lot of that's so number one lesson to teach your daughters that I'm really trying to with mine, because I've got myself in situations where I'm financially stuck with the person I'm with, and that can be a very, very horrible position to be in. And I know like a couple women have emailed me about their situations and stuff because they can relate, because we've talked about this before, and how important it is to teach women or your children to be independent, because that's how you get in situations where you're dependent on a man and you can't do anything because you guys have kids together and you don't have any education. You're a housewife. That's your job. And that's all you know for however many years. You haven't had an asset really in you haven't really had your own money in how long? Haven't made money in how long? Now you have kids. How are you going to leave if it's a bad, situation? Yeah, it's so important to be financially, yes, independent. I was at Target trying to get an adapter for my computer at the last minute. Oh, are you still at the airport, Jenny Penny? Or I'm not sure if I need condoms or a straight jacket for this convo. Oh my God. Yes. I was a hoe from 20 to 25. Then I met my husband. Drives me crazy sometimes, but I couldn't imagine being in that dating pool nowadays. Right? How can anyone not love this woman? Right, Ethereal? Well, thank you. My flight got switched yesterday. Oh, so when are you leaving? So a terrible excuse of a man, but now have the most amazing husband ever. Just celebrated 6 years in February. I too said never again, but he wasn't getting away. Yeah. I don't want to say like all men are like that or anything like that. Because I did date one guy who I met a couple really good guys. Anyways, sometimes it isn't the woman either. The man needs get gone, but he sucks with finances because he's used to me doing it. Yeah, sometimes there's women like that tend to have get guys like that. Supposedly tomorrow night, Jenny Penny. We had the perfect marriage, so I thought he got into politics. Should I say more? Just beam yourself there, right, Jenny Penny? I wish I could freaking. I know. I've always. That would be the best superpower. Well, I'd probably be. If I could have a superpower, I'd probably pick something. I don't know. I'd have to think. But man, being able to just like instantly be somewhere would be great.
Kind of where he was at. So, but I mean, he was never like mean when he talked about her. He was never hostile, like nothing like that. He just, I mean, very calmly, like, this is the situation. And I think the only reason that he even provided me with that information is because I asked.
Okay. You said something about her being controlling or
Bossy.
bossy
That's what he said. Bossy.
in like all aspects of their life, or what? Do you know exactly what he meant by that? How that affected him?
I think he was just saying when he voices his opinion, it's not her. Is the gist of that, which I thought from what it sounded like from their separation, from them trying to separate, that was a big deal for him, where he was saying that the reason that they don't really get along anymore is because he feels like he's not heard. He says that he comes home from work and he tries to talk to her and she'll just be like, 1 minute, I'm on the phone. Or she'll like scroll through social media and she like doesn't acknowledge him. And he said that he'd addressed it with her a few times and they're calm. He said they don't really like fight. Like they don't scream and yell. And he said he'd addressed it with her a few times and he said it just fell on deaf ears. He's like, she just seems like she's not interested anymore. And I think it made him sad because, I mean, he was like all about his kids and he seemed like he was trying to be all about her, but it just wasn't reciprocated. And I think at that point he was just like, they just kind of like fell apart.
Okay.
Just kind of drifted apart.
Was that your words or his?
What the
Fell
thing?
apart.
Those are mine.
Okay.
Those are mine. He just said that they didn't communicate very well. And it wasn't in a aggressive way communicate. It was just the fact that they didn't like communicate at all.
They
didn't talk.
they had children, and was there ever mention that he was trying to resolve or save his marriage for the children's sake? A lot of people talk about that. Did he talk about that?
I mean, he told me that he believed that the only reason that those two had still been doing it as long as they've been doing it. He told me that her and him have had communication issues for about 6 years, where she just seems really like detached and uninterested in like trying to like build something with him. And he said, and I said, 6 years is a really long time for you guys to not fix that, considering they were married for what, 8? I mean, that's like the majority of their marriage. And he said, sometimes I think we just do it for the kids or something like that. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen these conversations, so I don't know like verbatim, but it was pretty much just like
get you to remember some things.
Like, but he said it wasn't just him though. He was like, I think she does that too.
Okay.
I mean, and it was like this equal part where they are just kind of like going through the motions, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when he told me that she was cool with like the 50% everything and just like breaking it off, and being really civil about it, it kind of made sense to me because I was like, the way he made this sound, it wasn't, oh, she's this horrible person or, oh, I'm this horrible person. It was her and I have drifted so far apart that it's kind of a mutual agreement that this is not going to work.
So in those 6 years, though, they had 2 children.
Yep.
And you said earlier you did not know she was pregnant until reading the newspaper.
Yep.
So that never came up in any conversation. There was no indications that was going on.
None.
He never hinted to anything like
Nothing.
that. As far as you knew, he was just leaving her. He had 2 children, and that was the final take on that.
Yes. I know why he lied to me. He lied to me because if I'd have known that he had a child on the way, I'd have never wasted my time with him in the first place. Like, none of this would have ever even occurred if he would have just told me the truth.
So do you think if he found out that you, if, let's say this week you guys were to go look at some apartments, and this is hypothetical, but you've never found out that his wife was pregnant, would that have changed anything? Like you just said, if I knew his wife was pregnant, I wouldn't be in this picture. So if his wife was not pregnant, and forgive me, but if he takes her out of the picture, you're never going to know that she was pregnant, right?
What do you mean, takes her out of the picture? Like,
If he murdered her, she's out of the picture. You're never going to know if she was pregnant. If he can get away with murder, you're not going to. I got divorced from my wife. You say, do you understand what I'm saying here? If she's gone,
but this,
Don't lead,
hypothetically,
please. Don't lead on.
hypothetically, if she,
Okay.
you understand where I'm going. If
Right,
you
but you're-
didn't know,
You're leading into
Right.
questions that are nothing with your,
if you didn't know though
wait, Nick,
that she was there,
did you hear what I said?
I'm following you. I just want her to answer a question that relates to, she said something that's important, that if he didn't have a child on the way, or if she didn't know that, she would have continued the relationship, right?
but he killed his kids. At what point does he think that I'm going to be in a relationship?
I'm not talking about the children. I'm just talking specifically about her. If you only knew, if the kids were still here and he called you and said, I'm divorced from my wife, and he gets away with this, do you understand what I'm thinking from his aspect?
I still wouldn't do it. I still wouldn't do it because I'd be like, where did she go?
Okay.
Because I'm under the impression that she's a really good mom. Like, he never bashed her momming skills. Like, no, I wouldn't, no.
Okay.
No.
And that's that. You see where I'm trying to take that?
Yes.
So you guys never had a conversation about the child, period.
I didn't know
Okay.
at all.
And by your words, if you did know, you would have ended the relationship.
Well, because it wouldn't have made sense to me that he's like, I'm getting separated. Oh, by the way, I have a baby on the way. It's like,
That's 15 weeks.
you are a liar. You're just trying to sleep with me. That's what I would have probably interpreted that as. And I'd have just shut that off at work and that would have been the end of it.
All right, we can move past that. The week that he comes back from North Carolina, you don't remember, somewhere in the first couple of weeks of August.
Yeah, I think it was the second week, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So we'll just use August as a time frame. Is that fair? Because you know he left in July and he comes back in August. How many times do you think you see him?
I saw him a few times. I saw him this past Saturday. I saw him the Wednesday before that. And he wanted to see me more. I was the one who wanted my space. I was like, nope, your kids are home. Go hang out with your kids. And even on Wednesday, I cut it short. Like, he came and hang out with me for a few hours. And then I was like, go chill with your kids.
Okay.
I was always like,
Do
really
you
respectful
know
person.
specifically where you guys went? Did you meet at your house? Did you guys go to any restaurants? Did you go to establishments? Where'd you go?
Last Wednesday, he came to my house. And this past Saturday, we went to, what's the name of that bar that we used to go to? It's not the same, the Lazy Dog, but it's the one off of 144th and I-25. I think it's 144th up there.
And it's the Lazy Dog.
Yes.
Did he ever mention a Rockies game that night?
No, I don't think so. But there was the Broncos were playing.
Okay.
Which we couldn't see because they sat us in really crappy spots, but it's okay because it's preseason. But
So do you recall what time you went there?
no, I remember. Well, kind of. So he had to get a babysitter that night.
Do you know who that was?
Somebody who's really young. I remember I asked him who his babysitter was, and he's like, "We have two. This girl's only 17, but the other one's out of town, so this girl's gonna stay, and she doesn't do overnights, so I gotta be back by 10." And I remember her saying that.
So how'd you guys feel about the dad part? Hey, Athena, no. Those are my necklaces. She's trying to get my necklaces, Amanda. No. No. I caught her in a slip up when she was talking about the babysitter. How stupid was he to go out to eat and he pays for it? Shanann saw it and checked the menu. Yeah. He was using those gift cards. He paid for everything in gift cards. So because she checked everything. I guess she really paid attention to the money real well. Dad part 100% cringeworthy. Yeah, she thinks all presents for her. I know. Dina is. Oh, she's playing with her new toy right now that she just got from Amanda. Yeah, so see, I don't think that she's completely honest. She is definitely a very, very good. I think she seems like a good liar. Where was the mom? That's a good question. She must have. She has like a necklace type thing that somebody got her. Athena does, the dog. I'm not sure who got her. But they were two like little necklace things. They look like chokers. Super cute. Good night, Becca. The minor babysitter was interviewed like an adult alone and allegedly not recorded. And NK is able to have her dad and him navigate the questions when he felt necessary. I know we never heard the babysitter interview. I guess that would probably be why, because if she was underage. Well, liar, not a good one. Persuading who the heck would be okay with their new man going home to their wife. Well, when they met, when they started talking, Shanann was in North Carolina, right? Or no, she wasn't in North Carolina yet because I remember during the pregnancy announcement for Nico, when she wore that "Oops, I Did It Again" shirt, I remember the date of that was during, would have been time during the affair. So she didn't leave for North Carolina until after the affair. So Yeah, I mean, it would have been weird for Nichol dating Chris, who claims he's separating with his wife. To how does she make sense of that? If she feels like they're getting separated or they're separated, then why? What would she think the reasoning is for him to go out to North Carolina? I guess because of the kids, but wouldn't Nichol think it's weird that he's staying in the house of his like in-laws? Yeah, she didn't have much time to be happy about having a boy. And that's what Chris wanted. He wanted a boy. But I agree, she knew and didn't care. It was a competition for her. Yeah, it probably made her feel good about herself. I guess. She probably felt because this man seemed to have it going on. Like he had a beautiful wife, two beautiful kids, a beautiful like house, like a Lexus. Looked like they had like going on in their lives. At least that's how it appeared. She probably thought like by getting him that it probably made her feel real good about herself that she could take him away from that. She probably thought she was hot shit. I don't know. He seems to have been quite the elaborate storyteller. You think they talked for at least 2 years, Sosie? Wow. I do know she Googled them, and law enforcement claims that was not an accident or not a typo. That she did in fact search Shanann and Chris Watts, and I forget a year, but it was 2017, I think. But yet she supposedly didn't even know Chris in 2017. So how is that even possible? I feel like it was at least a year or longer. She knows way too much. In case should have crawled back into her hole. She has no conscience. Yeah, her car was from the company, but they were paying. Yeah, they were paying for it. The company was paying for it, but I really doubt that she was. I think that she put them. I do believe Shanann put them into debt with the MLM. And it's not anything against her or anything. I do think that her spending habits were real bad. I think she was trying to compete in this MLM. So she put a bunch of their own money into that company. And that's why she had stockpiles of product. I don't think she really made any money. I think it was just a front. She just was keeping up. That's how those companies, those MLMs make money, is from the ones that like their promoters. The people who sign up are the ones who make the money for the company. It's not their sales that they do to others. No. The people who buy the products are actually the promoters. The person I know that claims to have met her told her the only thing that she lied about was a year and a half they dated, not 6 weeks. But wait, you know somebody who has supposedly met with or talked with Nichol Kessinger, Autumn? Wow. Is that true? I got serious, and I don't think this tragedy would have happened without her involvement. Yeah, that's exactly what MLMs do. It's a pyramid program. Yeah. I don't think she was really making money. Makes him look better than to take a married man away from the wife and kids. They usually go back in the end. Yep. Yeah, they have to make a purchase. I heard those autopsies, and that man is a monster who would want that soulless demon. Ew, yes. Hey, sweet sativa. I've only ever told like 2 people that. Wow. So this person that you talked to claims that, or somebody you've talked to claims that they spoke with Nichol Kessinger, and supposedly NK claims that the only thing she lied to investigators about is the length of the relationship. That's crazy, dude. If that is true. Yeah, I mean, it's not, who knows if it's true. People talk, no proof of it or anything. I know, but that would be crazy. I wonder how they would have got away with that. I mean, didn't the law enforcement look into their phones further, or did they just look during the few months that they claimed they were dating? Because I remember the investigator asking for, here, just in this video, to see her, or to get permission to download her phone, certain parts. And I think it was for only between certain dates. This person believes that she's entirely innocent. They're ones who attempt to dissuade others from becoming a representative, or whatever they call themselves, of MLMs. MLMs have to in order for it to work. However, it's never a successful endeavor, from what I've been told. Some way they're getting away with it until Chris decided to murder his family. Yeah, I'm just surprised they would have never found any type of proof of that. But we did hear, I'm pretty sure they only asked for a certain time period of her phone. So if they didn't look, I mean, they saw her search history, though. They were able to do that. Wouldn't that have got them curious? Like if she was, yeah, it's insane. I don't know. Yeah, they could have had different phones. That's true. Did they see during trial? There wasn't really like a trial. He just pled guilty and there was sentencing.
And I don't know what time he got to my house. It was between, I want to say like 5:30. It might have been 5, but I don't think so. Because I think the babysitter, if I remember correctly, showed up at like 4:30 or something. And he was like, I want to spend time getting my kids acclimated to her. And then I will come.
So his children didn't even know her.
Oh no, they knew her, but he was saying like he likes to like stay there for a little while he doesn't just like walk out the door when they show up. It's like a transitional thing. And so that's why I'm saying I don't know how long it was. I want to say like 5:30, and then he had to be back by 10. So he left at like 9 something to be back by 10.
So he picks you up. What was he driving?
No, he didn't pick me up. He came to my house. We drove my truck.
Okay. So he gets to your house. You know what he was driving to get to your house?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure he usually drives that Lexus. But he doesn't always park it in my complex because the parking, there's not good spaces. So where you guys pick me up at, a lot of times he'll just park out there because there's room.
Okay.
So that kind of works so that because there's just not a lot of room in my apartment complex. But off the top of my head, I don't know what he was driving.
What kind of truck do you drive?
I drive a Toyota 4Runner.
So you guys take your 4Runner to the Lazy Dog.
Yep.
And you said they sat you in crappy location.
It's
Where
just a
where,
bad
where were you inside
We
the
were
bar?
when you walk in, you just hang a right, and we were like one of the first two booths on the right when you walk in the door.
Okay.
It's just not it's a good spot, but just not for the TVs. And we actually went to the other Lazy Dog. We went to the one that you and me go to. Where's that on? Federal and 100 and
20th.
it's 120th and Federal, and we went there, and they have a different menu, and I was like, I don't want to eat this food, so we should go to the other one.
So initially you go to the 120th
Yes.
location. Did you
And-
actually get seated?
Kind of, sort of. They were like cleaning off a table, and we were standing there, just kind of looking at the beer menu and the food menu, and I was like, I don't want this, and so we
6
left.
o'clock?
Probably somewhere around there, 6:30, and then we left and went to the other one, and we ate dinner.
And you're in like first or second booth right to the right of the door.
Uh-huh.
I'm just asking because if they have video, we want to be able to verify that.
Uh-huh.
So that's why it's important.
Uh-huh.
And you're there for how long?
I don't know. Probably we didn't stay for dessert, so I don't know. How long's the restaurant take? Like an hour and a half?
I don't know, I've never been to the Lazy Dog.
I don't know, probably about an hour and a half, and then we went back to my house for a little bit, hung out at my house for a little while, and then he had to leave, and then he left.
Do you recall what time you left?
I was out of my head. No. I remember he was like going to be late to be back at 10. I think there's a text message where he starts texting me when he's home at his house.
Okay.
So you can probably figure that out. And I remember I texted him back and I was like, damn, that was quick. Or wow, that was really quick. He's like, yeah, I even had time to stop at the ATM or stop at the gas station, stop somewhere to get money to pay the babysitter.
Okay.
And I was just like thinking like, well, that was really fast. But I think he was still like a little late coming back, but nothing too drastic. So he probably left my house like somewhere around 9:30ish.
All right. And you go straight home. He texts you.
Well, I was already home.
Right. No, he texts you. He goes straight home from your house and he texts you that he's home.
Mhm.
So that should be in your text message.
It should be. I'm pretty positive that was not a phone call. I'm almost positive that was a text. Sometimes I get them flip-flop or I don't remember, but
That's okay.
sometimes I know. I'm pretty sure that one was a text.
Saturday during your dinner, what kind of conversation did you guys have?
I don't even remember. Oh, so he's been trying to like eat a little healthier than he normally does. And he's always like been in the working out since I knew him. And he like tries to eat clean, but he was trying to like step it up a little bit. And nothing like the people who do like the competitions and the shows that are all super restrictive. And it was nothing like that. It's just like day-to-day general maintenance, but it's how I eat and it's pretty healthy. And he's been losing a lot of weight. He lost, I want to say like 13 pounds in the time that we were hanging out. And honestly, when you start eating a little bit cleaner and you start working out a little bit harder, the first couple months, especially for a man, because they lose weight faster, it's not something that's like that drastic to me, but it did stand out that it was like a little much. And so I was like, whoa, like maybe you're not eating enough macronutrients. So let me look at them. So he had been working on his MyFitnessPal app and like programming like all the stuff he eats. And I just started going through them and I was like trying to figure out like where his ratios were. And we actually spent a lot of time doing that because he'd asked me to do it for him. Because I just was at the point where I was like, if his weight loss slows down in a few weeks, he'll be fine. And if it doesn't, then his macros are a little off. It's not like that big of a deal. Like in the workout community, this is like a very normal thing. But
Did you have any other outside concerns like potential drug use, alcohol use, any of that stuff that led you to go, oh, he's lost an extreme amount of weight in such a short period of time?
No, and I wouldn't call it extreme. It was just like, it was a lot. But I mean, when I first started working out, I dropped like 12 pounds in 2 weeks when I first started like hitting it hard with the diet. So the fact that he lost like that much weight, it wasn't, like I said, it was not a surprising amount. I just didn't want it to be like a sustained amount. But no, I didn't think anything weird of it just because of like how interknitted I am with the like workout community, and I know like this is possible, but it just the thing that concerned me about it, I guess, and it wasn't even concerned, but the thing that like kind of red lighted me like, hey, this might be carrying on, is the fact that his macros were like pretty dialed in. Like I had wrote them and he like didn't stay exactly on them, but his calorie intake was about where it needed to be. My experience anyways for like what he was trying to achieve. And so I don't know, he didn't seem to have a problem with it. He liked where he was at with all of that.
So that was your main conversation Saturday.
That was like a big chunk while we were there, is like us actually going through, because I was like going through each item, like, why are your ratios off?
Do you
I
know
was-
where his kids or wife were that night?
On Saturday?
Yeah, his kid. Well, you know his kids are with the babysitter. Do you know where his wife is?
She's in Arizona,
Okay. How do you know that?
because he told me.
Okay. Do you know what she's doing there?
I think she's on a business trip. He didn't even tell me right away. He actually told me, I think, like on Saturday or something. It might have been like
during a
Friday
phone-
or something. I honestly don't remember. I just remember I was like really surprised where he's like, hey, like, I'm going to try to get a babysitter if you want to hang out or something like that. And I was like, why do you need a babysitter? Your wife's home. He's like, no, she's out of town. I was like, oh,
Okay.
okay.
Is there much conversation regarding that, her on being on a trip, or the children on during those conversations?
Not really. I just asked him what time she was coming home on Sunday, and he just said really late.
Okay.
And that was it. I mean, there's nothing really to talk about with that.
Okay. So your conversations mainly health related.
Mm-hmm.
You guys return to your house and then he goes home, and then you talk to him for a few hours on Sunday.
Did I? Are you asking me or are you
I'm
telling
asking
me?
you.
Oh, I was like, I don't even know. Someday, honestly. So wait a minute. That was Saturday. We're talking about Saturday. We're not talking about Sunday right now.
Okay, so you're still on Saturday.
Yes.
You guys have a
This-
phone conversation when he gets home?
That was the day that he got the babysitter and I went out to dinner, not Sunday.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure
That's
you
okay.
got your
Yep.
days right. So Saturday, yes, we went out. He had the babysitter. He went home. I'm sure we did. We always talk on the phone. And honestly, I mean, Mark asked me that the other day. He's like, how long are you on the phone? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Like, you're going to have to look at the records, to be honest with you. Like, so much.
You like to talk, I can tell a little bit.
Yeah, a
No,
little
she's-
bit.
400 when she was young. She'd crank out about 400 words a minute, gusts up to 600. A little thing can yak, man.
You're a talker, so I'm letting you talk.
I need to use the restroom.
Let me show you where it's at.
Can you
So-
give me some water while you're out there with
Sure.
me, please? Thank you.
Another bottle.
Let's
Yeah, at least one.
move to
Sunday.
Sunday. Well, let me reverse something. Your conversation with the children, or about the children, was there ever talk about medical concerns with either of the children?
Well, I know Cece is allergic to not peanuts, like pine nuts. Pine nuts.
So she has a nut allergy.
Yes.
Did they take meds?
Yeah, I know that she had like an EpiPen, but as far as I know, she didn't have any meds, but I never asked. Like, I was just told like she has a pretty severe allergy. And
Enough to carry an EpiPen, that's pretty severe.
yeah, while we're on this, so when he was in North Carolina, this is all like hearsay now because it's like this is not a conversation. Like, he's telling me this stuff, but who knows exactly what happened. But he went out there to go see his family and her family. And while he was in town before he went out to North Carolina, I guess his mother had accidentally like not exposed her to something with nuts, but had like given a product, I think it was like ice cream, to a different kid that could have traces of nuts or something. I don't know. But it was like his daughter was fine, but she was like in the range of contamination. And I think his wife was very upset about that. And when he got to North Carolina, he told me that he was supposed to spend like half time with them, half the time with her family. And that was supposed to be what it was. I don't know. But he said that he went to go see his family and they weren't answering the phone for like a day or two before he went out there. And then when he got there, there was a note on the door that said, son, if you step by, we're at the beach. And they ignored him for like most of the time that he was out there. And
His own family?
yes. his mom, his dad, and
What do
his sister.
What's the significance? Do you know why?
Yeah, he said, and again, I don't know what is true with this man anymore and what's not, but he told me that, like, leading up to it, I was like, well, why are your folks, like, ignoring you? And I was, like, really concerned about this. Like, every single day he would talk to me when he was out there, and I was like, you talked to your family today? You talked to your family today? Did you talk to your dad? What happened? Did you talk to him? No, I didn't. Or, yeah, I talked to my mom. Well, what'd she say? Are you going to hang out with him? Like, I wanted him to see his people because it's important. Family is an important thing. You know, it just needs to function properly. And
Sure.
and so I was like, well, and he was like, well, they're ignoring me. And I was like, what do you think happened? And he's like, I'm not really sure, but I think something was said between my wife and them during that incident. And he's like, because
The
every time,
peanut or
yes,
fruit
that happened
nuts?
before he got there, yes. And he's like, because every time that I try to, I talk about possibly going over there to see if they're home, she gets upset about it. And I was like, okay. And he told me that his mom and his wife did not get along at all. He said that his mom didn't even show up to his wedding because she's like really did not care for Shanann. So again, I don't know what's true and what's not, but I just know that there was like some tension there.
Mhm.
And again, like that part is like, I feel like it's almost third party. So that's why it's
Sure.
like I didn't even
Well, but
bring
it
up
came from him
later.
to you, so it's not. It is something that is whether it's important or not, we can validate that. I'm sure we will be having some conversations with family. You know, what does it mean? I don't know. But
Yeah, I don't know either, but I just know
so
like,
maybe I don't know.
well, and then he ended up seeing them on the last like full day that he was there, and they told him supposedly that she had gotten really upset and then screamed and yelled in front of Chris's sister's kids that are very young, and to his mom and to his dad, and said like, "You're never going to see Chris again. You're never going to see me. You're never going to see the babies," and just like threatened them, and then like walked off. And I guess that was the incident that happened prior to him coming out there, and then she didn't tell him about it.
Mhm.
She just like let it go, and then he just spent all week trying to figure out why his family was like not trying to be involved.
Gotcha.
So again,
So yeah, that was a really important part in I wanted her to get through that story before I stopped it. It's a very important part of the case was this whole argument that Shanann had with Chris Watts' parents. It was like, how long was it before the murders? I don't know, a week or two when this incident happened. Good night, Heidi. Oh, I'm about to get off here in a little bit, probably too. It's been almost 5 hours. Hey, the jab. Thanks. You would have. Yeah, this is the mistress, Chris Watts' mistress. This video just came out. The audio has came out before, but the actual video has just very recently came out within the last few days. But yeah, that incident, I don't know. Some people think that incident was what was the start of like him planning. That's also that weekend that he supposedly gave Shanann oxy, which he won't tell where he got the oxy from. But that was something he added in later with that he supposedly later admitted. He did say that though, because it was in the letters. So from his own words about this oxy. But yeah, some thought that maybe that might have been when he's first started thinking about. But see, it doesn't really make sense to me if she thought that they were separated, and Chris goes out to North Carolina to meet up with his wife, and it's not. It would be one thing if he was like staying at his own parents' house, but he's actually staying with his in-laws and his wife. So I know that they still are like family. They have kids together, but if there was really a separation that was in the works, he probably would have just spent time at his parents' house. Okay, makes me narky, but I'm glad to have you back on. Aw, who said that? Jen, thank you. She's just really into character with this. I don't know. Bullshit. I know she at least knew deep down. I think it was a competition to her. Yeah. Yeah, he looked like he had the perfect life. You know, she probably figured if he could get somebody like Shanann, then he must have it going on, I guess. But I do have to get off here soon. We're not even really halfway through this. This is an hour and a half. I mean, I could watch the rest off camera, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I am curious if they knew each other for longer than a couple weeks. Or, I mean, then, I'm sorry, a couple months. I want to know the truth. Yes, they speak for actually, you know what's funny? Guess how long the video is? You know my favorite number. That's how long this video is. You should know the answer. Let's see if anybody. There you go, Lisa. She's the wiener. Speaking of wieners, we need to. I'm still going to be doing that giveaway. I'm going to be. Let's do that. Let's figure out something with that this week. I just want to say that just so I stick to it and get it done this week. That way I can move on, or maybe after that have the sale on the other channel that we possibly might do. Speaking of wieners, wonder how practiced she is at being the other woman. It seems like she is really good at being a mistress. Like, how many other relationships did she destroy that didn't end with cops? Yeah. I wonder. I don't know. I had something I was going to say, but then I literally just lost that thought. And it's bugging me. But then I kind of read the Jabs comment, you don't kill your family for a chick you just met. Yeah, you wouldn't think people would do that anyways, but I don't know. That is when the feelings are the strongest in a relationship, but many people don't believe this whole month and a half relationship she claims. Hey, Arkansas. It's like she knows just how to talk and act about this kind of stuff. Oh, I know what I was going to say, Randy. Is like, once again, like I've mentioned before about her, her whole past is so secretive. Nobody, there's nothing you can find on her on the internet, like hardly anything. And that's how it was from the very beginning. She was like a ghost. It's like she didn't exist. It was almost like she was just dropped down on the planet or hired to play the, I mean, it's very odd. Nobody has come out that knows her. I mean, look how many people have come out and spoke about Dawn and Candace. But we haven't had one person that's, wanted to talk about, their past, like Nichol. It just doesn't even make sense. That's true, Jenna. If you don't get your wife pregnant, if you're planning on divorcing her. Yeah, didn't she? Yeah, she tried to actually, she didn't know she was pregnant. Or didn't he? Wasn't there, didn't, or did she didn't know he was, no, she always went by the stance that she didn't know that Shanann was pregnant, right? Because I remember the rumor of like Shanann supposedly being pregnant by, like, it wasn't Chris's, and like Chris trying to say that. But I don't think he ever told Nichol that, did he? Oh, thank you, Arkansas. I think it's because no one liked her and she has 0 friends. Scared of daddy. She just loves herself a lot for an incredibly average woman. But Kate, didn't she say, isn't that true? Doesn't she claim she didn't know that Shanann was pregnant? Or was it that she knew, or she found out like right at the end, but he was claiming it was some other man's? Yeah, she knew. You're going to look up this. You're going to Facebook stalk his. Come on. Like, come on. You don't think that she's not Facebook stalking them when Shanann and Chris are in North Carolina together? You don't think that Nichol wasn't like looking up Shanann's Facebook, seeing what she was doing and if she was with Chris? She knows way too much for it to have been a short relationship. She claims she found out on the news. That's right, Kate. Yeah. I think she put it on real good. Oh gosh. Yeah, he's a simp. Like he is not a man. He is a follower. You know, that's why Shanann had to be the one that wore the pants, because he was such a wussy, really. I mean, people want to talk like, oh, Shanann was so mean to him. Like, he could have left. Yeah, she was mean to him, but can you imagine being married to a guy who seems to like have the IQ of an ant? It'd be frustrating. But they both could have got divorced. It's not okay for her to be rude to him. I understand, but either of them could have just separated. She said Chris told her that it was another man's that night when his family was missing. Oh, that's right. Chris had to lie to NK about the pregnancy because NK was not happy, made her believe the baby was not his. Yeah, Shanann kept everything public. So, or Shanann kept everything public. So even if Nichol didn't have a Facebook, she could still look at her post. Or she could have made a fake Facebook just to. Yep, he had some explaining to do. You can't be with a dude you have to protect, right? NK wanted to be the first to give him a boy. Yeah. She probably catfished him before approaching him as herself. That's how she accumulated so much information. The backbone of a jellyfish, right, Mama Steph? It's like it's so unattractive. Okay, so NK is not pretty. She looks like Sloth from Goonies. What? Believe my eyes. Oh my gosh. Okay, I could probably just listen to a few more minutes of this, and then I'm gonna get off here. It's already been 5 hours. Man, I can't believe we're not even halfway, but
I'm not sure. That was like it just feels really third party, so it's hard for me to like talk about because
Sure.
like, I don't know how
That's okay.
much validation.
So
there is and all that.
beyond the nut allergy for CC, did you know of any other? Did she take meds that you know of other than carrying an EpiPen?
His kids or his wife?
No, his children.
No.
And now, well, if you know anything about his wife's medical conditions, if she had any.
No, I've like read in the newspaper they keep saying, "Oh, she had medical conditions," and I'm like, "Is that a misprint? Are they talking about CC, or is that just something else I don't know?"
So you don't know anything about
Nope.
Shanann having any kind of medical problems?
No.
Okay. Covered Saturday. So there's a phone call Saturday night, actually, from, it can't be Saturday, it had to be Sunday. I wrote that down quickly. Sunday night. Is there anything else you think? Let me just back up from the Saturday where you guys had a meal at the Lazy Dog to prior for the 6 weeks that you guys were serious. And although your dad's here, and I think you're probably pretty comfortable, your relationship with Chris can you describe your relationship?
I mean, when he was with me, I considered it to be fairly healthy. It was open communication, and it was what I thought was honest, and it was very calm. It was respectful. We got along really well. He gave me my space when I needed it. I gave him his, and anytime like he wanted to take care of it, like anytime that his kids could be in like his life for hours or days or whatever, whenever they were home, I made sure that I wasn't a presence in his life so that he could be the best dad that he needed to be. And I mean, I thought what we had, it was very comfortable for me. I enjoyed it. I think he did very much as well.
You guys, 6 to 8 weeks, 2 months, whatever it was, you guys had an intimate relationship during that time.
Yes.
Okay. So you're pretty serious. Did he ever tell you that he loved you?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever tell him the same?
A couple times.
Notwithstanding that today, because those thoughts may have changed for you, but on, let's go Sunday into Monday or Monday, did you still love him on those days?
I think it was something where it was like I said it a few times and I meant it, but he definitely felt the urge to say it to me a lot more than I did to him because it was just all very new to me. And it was like, take your time with this. Like, you don't need to like rush that, you know? Like, I remember when he was in North Carolina and he was like trying to patch things up with his wife and he told me he loved me. And I was like, don't say that to me. Like, please go try to fit. And I mean, and that might even be in the text too, where it's like, don't say those words to me and then go try to make peace with your wife and lay in bed with another woman. Like, just don't do that. And I was like, it's not that I don't appreciate what you're saying to me. It's like, it just didn't sit right for me, you know? So I just feel like
Almost like an insecurity where he had to say that to you? Or?
I don't know. I think he like, looking back at all this now, I don't think he was trying to fix things with her. So saying, I love you to me seemed like probably something that he genuinely meant. Like, I love this woman. And regardless of where he was going to end up that night. But to me, in the way that I was perceiving things, he had told me that he was trying to fix things with her. So it's just like, this is an inappropriate time. And I wasn't mad at him. And I'm pretty sure that's in the text too, where it was very like calm, but it's just like, it's almost disrespectful where it's like, please don't. I'm like, you know, if we get to that point where it is you and me, like, yes, you can say that, but don't, not then. Like, that's.
So you thought he was very genuine when he said that?
I did. I mean, and he wrote it. It's in all those cards I gave you. Not in all of them, but like the later ones.
And
Thank you.
when you said it to him, you said you meant it when you said it.
Yes, I just didn't say as frequently as he said it. Like, sometimes he would say it, and I was just like, for me, it was still like very, very new. So I kind of like took my time and only said it when I was just like, this is a really important moment.
So you got, I mean, in the short period of time that you guys were together, he
Yes.
became very attached to you.
Yes. Very,
I
very
mean, he's
attached.
sending cards.
Flowers.
He's telling you he loves you. He sends you flowers. Does he buy you any other gifts?
Nope. I wouldn't have wanted them anyways. Flowers is enough. You can't. I don't need expensive stuff.
Okay. But he becomes very attached.
Yes.
You guys are talking multiple times a day, at least. You're
All the time.
You're seeing each other on a regular basis.
Yep.
So it's a very, and his wife is not around, nor are his children. So there's a lot of time for you guys to build your relationship in this first four weeks or so. Is that fair?
Yeah, and even when she was back, I mean, it was still like we were still spending time together. He was still spending time with his children, and I had my own life. Like, I mean, there was 1 week where I just like went out of town with my friends for my birthday. I wasn't even around the whole like last few days of June up until the 3rd of July. I was like gone, you know. And then there was another like last weekend. I had a friend impromptu come in town from out of state, and I hosted her for a few days. And it's like I still did my own thing all the time. Like, whether he was there or not, like, if my friends were like, hey, we want to make plans, I would tell them, like, we're not hanging out today because I want to go see my mom or my dad.
Did your friends know about him?
Nope.
Why?
Because it's like he's with 2 women right now. They don't need to know about
So
that.
if you had a boyfriend of 4 to 8 weeks on a regular, I don't know if you were married prior or if you had a boyfriend before, but if you had a steady boyfriend, you would have let people know. I think you told me before we got started that you just told your dad about Chris.
No, I wouldn't
recently.
have told them. I wouldn't have told
Okay.
people. It's too early. I mean, people.
So you don't tell your friends, hey, I got a
because
boyfriend.
people come and go. I mean,
Okay.
dating scene these days is like, sucks. I mean, so no, I wouldn't. I mean, it would have to be something even with Sean. I think I was with Sean for probably like 6 or 7 months before I brought him home to my family. I mean, I really,
Okay.
same with, that was the guy I was in a previous relationship with, but I
But
mean,
this one, you were a little bit more, you said he's with 2 women. Was that one of your considerations for not telling anybody about him?
yes. Well, I mean, it was like, okay, like this, to me, it wasn't going to be an extended thing. Like if it got to the point where we were like dating for like 3 or 4 months and he's still talking about, oh, I'm going to move out and I'm going to sell the house. I think at that point, I probably would have just been like, I don't think you're really like doing these things you say you're going to do. And I probably would have just like left because at that point, it's not fair. It wasn't fair to me in the first place. It wasn't fair to her in the first place. It wasn't fair to any of us in the first place. You know, it wasn't fair to his family for him to have an affair. It wasn't fair to me to have him lie to me and make me think that everything is going to plan. And still to this day, I don't even know what's a lie and what's not. I don't even know if they were like filing for divorce. I don't know if they were putting the house up. I don't even know anymore what is real and what is not. But what I do know is it's just like, you know, that wasn't fair to me either, because if I'd have known not even all the truth, but like obviously some of it, I wouldn't have even engaged in any of this in the first place. And it just, I mean, and that's the part for me, just like on my personal level, outside of everything that is happening, that is going to affect me long term. It's like, you know, I'm going to wake up every day and know that like this mom and her unborn child and these 2 little girls are not around anymore. And it breaks my heart. It is, oh my God. And then I have to think about like the consequences of his actions and how they affect everybody else. Like all of these, her family's impacted. My name is about to be like slandered for probably a while. I don't know how long it's going to take to heal, but I would not be surprised if it's going to be hard to go out in public sometimes for a couple of years. And that really hurts me. I'm just like, this is a horrible, horrible thing. Like, how dare you, you know, and people aren't going to understand that. You know, they're going to say, oh, you know, you're the woman that had an affair with this man who took out his whole family. And I take a step back and it's just like, I didn't know. Like, he's so disgusting. I'm so ashamed of him and everything. And I just, oh, those little girls. They're so little. They're so little.
We talked a little bit earlier about getting some help for these things, and we can provide that
Okay.
at really no cost through the
Oh,
state.
one more we just want to make sure there's resolution.
Absolutely.
That's why we come to you guys to
Yeah.
pound
And
it down
hey,
until there's
I'm
nothing left.
sorry that you're talking again today. I really am. I don't want to put you through any more trauma than you've already been through. There is reasons for everything that we're doing today and what occurred. And I'm sorry. I genuinely am sorry. These are not things that we like to do twice. It's the same thing with other types of victims from other crimes. We want to do it once and we want to be done. Unfortunately, we didn't know yesterday what we know today. And that's why we're here, because we need this video. And I am sorry, because I know it's hard to talk about it.
But it's so sad, and she's pregnant.
And you know, on our end, we
God,
didn't.
and they're so cute. They're so little. Like, why? Why? How? I don't even understand how you could like bring yourself to do that to somebody who's like that big. Oh, Jesus.
Take a minute. Do you want to step out for a minute?
No, I just need to chill with my eyes closed for a second. I still cannot believe this is happening.
I see a lot of you guys think that her tears are bullshit. But you know, one thing that's like hit me when she was crying like that? Like I was sitting there thinking, man, that's more tears than Candace has ever cried the whole time, the whole 8, however long that Summer's been missing. Like just in that short time. Hey, Scott. Yeah, guilt. Yeah, I of course started to feel bad for her. But I think many of you think that she's not being completely authentic. Yeah, she knew he was married. You did know he had 2 daughters, and you were breaking up their family on that level. Yeah. You feel like you've seen this? You've definitely heard it. Probably, if you follow the Chris Watts case. This is the video to the previously released audio. So the video just came out like a few days ago. You think her tears are real, but I think she's crying for herself, not those poor babies he killed. If I was the cause of a man killing his family, regardless if she knew, I would cry like that before laughing like she did. I know. I would have, like, and the thing is, too, that's weird about her behavior is that it just happened that day. Like, they just that day found out. That's when he confessed. So it's not like several days has passed or weeks has passed and she's already cried and stuff. Cried out, cried so much she can't cry anymore. No, it's the same day. Mm-mm. No authenticity. I think we feel this way because nowhere does she own her part in being his mistress. It looks like she's staring right at the camera. Yeah. Stop that emotion at once. Jenny Penny said, I, of course, do not feel bad for her. How it's going to affect her. Yep. Deflective AF. Well, guys, I think I am going to get off here. I've literally been on here for over 5 hours. I can't believe that. So much for me, like, sticking to like 3 hours. But it's hard to get any of this video done, really. She knew how to play the part of a damsel in distress. Did she ever tell him she didn't want kids? I don't think so. Having an affair with a married man with small children and a pregnant wife. Nope. F her, like, and totally. It's okay, Joe. At least you made it. Even if it's for a few minutes. She told her bestie she was sad that she wasn't going to have his first son. Yep, she said something like that. I know, even that girl's name was Charlotte. We never even heard from her or anybody. Like, you just woke up, the jab? You just woke up, like, for the day? What time is it? Where you're at? Aren't you in the United States? Chris is a bitch. The only thing that made him a man was the hot dog between slicks. Oh, thank you, Joe. Just woke up at 7:47 here in London, UK. Maybe the jab is in England or in the UK. I didn't think so, but yeah, so that means you're 5 hours ahead. $7:47. Wow, Sarah, do you know Joe? It's 9:50 a.m. here by me. Nice and sunny outside from South Africa. Oh, that's so cool. You're in South Africa? Hey, Jen Hoffa. Well, I am about to get off here now, but hey, Dit Dums. It's 2:47. Okay, so you're in the same time zone as me, the jab. You must have a crazy work schedule, huh? Dinner time in Australia. So lucky you live in Australia. It's 11:49 here, but I'm going to send you a case so similar to this one. However, sleep well, beautiful. Don't take the effery to bed with you. Oh, thank you, Ethereal. I feel pretty good right now. Has Nichol Kessinger came out of the woodwork? She hasn't been seen since Chris went to prison. Did she recently do this interview? No, she hasn't came out of the woodwork, Bob. This interview was just released. The actual video to it. We've heard the audio before, but the video was just released like on the 2nd. So, yeah. Breach is across the water. Is there in Ireland? Oh, is Breach in Ireland? Is she in northern or southern? I used to sell products to a lady. I should contact her because sometimes, like when I have a bunch of products I want to get rid of, she'll buy a bunch. But she was in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland. You just take long blinks, cracking asses. So you don't ever sleep? Like how much sleep on average do you get? I know I've asked before, but how much sleep do you guys usually sleep a night or day whenever you go to sleep? I have to have 8 hours. Like usually I really need 10. I know that's crazy, but that's just true. And it's no problem for me to sleep 12. 2 hours could be the medicine that I just started too. Like it really makes me feel like I have to go to like take a nap. Hate that. 10 hours, 5 hours, 7, 5. Dang, 5 hours. Arkansas, that's crazy. How do you like survive on 2 hours a night? Do you take a few naps a day or something, or a couple naps a day? I don't know. What did that say? Usually I don't know. I was asleep until I wake up. You don't know. 4 to 5 on a good night. Oh my God. You set your clock for 2 a.m. every morning to catch Ziggy. 5 hours sleep is enough for me. Oh, that's so sweet, Breege. Oh, I bet you're so disappointed when that makes me feel bad. Because, like, what do you do when I'm not on? You wake up for nothing. I'd be pissed. My dad's family is from Northern Ireland. 5 broken hours and a good late afternoon nap. Yeah, I have the thing that's called where my brain doesn't slow down during sleep. Forget the medical term. Oh no. So what's that mean? Are you always tired feeling, Misty? What's that? How's that affect you? Like physically? I can't believe you guys. Many of you guys are saying 3 to 5 hours of sleep. That's just insane. I'm still here. I've been listening, folding laundry. Now you got me interested in this case. What channel is this interview on? I'm the same. I need minimum 8 hours. Yeah. I'll share the link. This is on Frankie Rusek Jr., who is Shanann's brother. So I'll share the link right now. Hold on. Let me, here we go. Frankie. I'll probably misspell his name. He sees this. Sorry that I misspelled your name. But that's his link, and it has this video on it. Absolutely no Ziggy bad night's sleep. What? Depressive, bipolar, mood swings, effed up, insomnia. Yeah. So usually, sometimes I have gone through periods in my life where I have insomnia. I know that's doesn't seem believable, but I have. There's times like where I can take a very long time to fall asleep. Sometimes, like, I'll just lay there and it never happens. Especially if I have, before I got on this medicine, I was having really bad anxiety and I couldn't fall asleep. Really, Jen? If you sleep longer than 3 hours straight, my body hurts for an hour after waking up. Wait till mine to pause. Oh, God. I suck at sleeping. Like, I can't just go to bed. I have to crash, and I'm immune to sleeping pills. If I really want to sleep, I listen to, binaural beats, and I'm out. But too much sleep is lethargic. Yes, I love listening to that kind of stuff when I love doing that. I haven't done that for a while, but it's so relaxing. That really is like the best thing that works for me too. Not any of that over counter sleep stuff. That all like does the opposite thing to me. It keeps me awake. Yeah, he gets like a crazy amount of numbers in his chat. It's insane. Thank you, Autumn, for sharing that again. Autumn just shared the link to this video if you guys want to finish watching it. It is also the link to Frankie Rusek Jr., Shanann's brother's YouTube. I've seen them around. They still are on YouTube. I had a bunch of homework that I needed to get done that was due last night. So if I'm not here Tuesday or tonight, Tuesday evening, it's because I have to get this homework done because now it's going to be 10% off. If I don't, then I'm going to have bad anxiety. I at least have to get most of it done because otherwise it's going to be 25% off if I take another day. The other day said they got no sleep, just really long blinks. I can relate. Somebody was just saying that in the chat. Probably the same person that said it. Anxiety, depression, pain can cause your brain to not slow down so you don't sleep in the N2 and 3 phase. I recommend them to everyone for everything. Oh, I love it. I like some ASMR too, or like storytelling. Sometimes the ASMR stuff can get really freaky and like sexual, kind of weird. I don't like that. That like creeps me out a little bit. When they start talking all sexy and stuff. Oh gosh. Not into that. My buddies used to bet on races and Laurel there all the time. Area sure has changed. I don't know how old y'all are. There used to be a bar called Randy's California Inn. It was a go-to place back then. Huh. Laurel. Where's Laurel? Are you talking about Colorado? What did that say? Ziggy, are you selling? People do not sleep at all. I know of a child that never sleeps. What? That would be... Oh, what am I selling? I have like beauty products and stuff like that. I have some other type stuff too. I have some clothes and shoes, like real nice shoes. But yeah, I'm going to do a giveaway with a bunch of product. I'm going to do first, second, and third place. I just have to think of a way to do it. And it's going to be on my other channel. Well, yeah. I don't know. The event probably be on the other channel. I need to start doing videos over there. Yeah, or listening to ocean waves. Like I love like laying on the beach and just, it's the best sleep. Can sleep on a washing line. I know. It's not crazy how some guys can do that. My ex was like that. It's kind of dangerous. Probably because he smoked like a freaking chimney. Feel physically sick if I don't get at least a few. Yeah, I can't function. And what sucks for me, something that new that's began and that started happening in my life, I've noticed, which sucks because I'm taking classes right now and I have to read like a lot. I swear to God, it's the craziest thing. It's the only thing, well, there's two things that do it to me. It's kind of like hypnotizes me. So when I read or drive like long ways, sometimes I can get hypnotized where I start like almost like nodding out. Reading, it's really bad. After a while, after me reading for a while, I start to nod out like I'm on drugs. It's the craziest thing. The second channel talk. Oh no, Jab, sorry. I know it sucks. I know that it sucks sometimes, like going live when somebody you like is on. I hate doing that to people, but sometimes you just have no choice, unfortunately. Reading slows your brain. She's what? I can't sleep until I know Miss Ziggy has done her homework. I have got some homework done, but it's always due Monday at midnight. So, yeah, I didn't get all my homework done but I will. I have no choice. I'm not going to drop out. I have to do this. I mean, I don't have to, but it's just I've spent so much time and, YouTube's not like a forever thing. And it's been like kind of not fun coming on YouTube lately just because of all the craziness. And now I have to take care of my daughter by myself. So I really have to make sure that I follow through getting this degree because I definitely could use it. It'd probably benefit me in getting a job, like a real job, even outside if I have to. That's what I do. That's actually what I do, Christine. So today I did do the hardest part about like the assignments I have are not really difficult at all. The hardest part is, well, usually, all the scholarly papers, that kind of sucks, but I'm pretty good at writing papers. But what sucks is like finding doing all the reading, all the time studying to find the information. That's what sucks. And I do put, like when I had an ebook, I had to read an ebook today and I just put it on read aloud. So I just let the computer read it to me. Even though it seems to sink in better if I read it myself, but after I read for like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so, I start nodding and I get so tired I have to go to sleep. You love homework? Well, I liked it at first because I loved learning, and I got it hard to sleep lately because of the bullying on Ziggy, so I had to hear you tonight. I think I will sleep well tonight. Aw, Breege. Don't worry about me with that. It's something that comes. It's part of YouTube. Lady CG wasn't here earlier. But yeah, I have to. I can be done next year if I don't drop any more classes. Yeah, I can be done next year. Probably like mid-year. I have my bachelor's. I have associates. So I have associates and I have those certifications. So I could probably get a decent job. It's just, I don't know if it would be enough, really. I wouldn't think so. It's hard to be a single parent, you know? I can't imagine all you ladies who've been a single parent with like 2 or 3 or even more. That's like, Bridget is she is such a sweetheart. You got adjusted from the chiropractor? I used to date a chiropractor. Man, talk about narcissist. He thought he was like some kind of real doctor or something. I mean, I guess he was technically a back doctor, but like, come on now. Yeah, it is hard. Single parenting is scary. It's so scary. This is the first time I've ever been alone with my daughter. And I think it's not just like the YouTube stuff that's like why I'm been depressed. I think it's also leaving a 9-year relationship and being in a situation now that I'm taking care of my daughter like myself. And like, I know like right now, I know we're okay, but I always think like, what if I can't pay the rent by myself, or what if, it's always like, what if, I know I try to stay present in the present, but he did call himself doctor. It's freaking annoying. Sick of people lying. If you don't like listening to someone, that's okay. Just don't make a mission to destroy and make things up to garner support, right? I can work for you, the jab. What do you need? See, one of my negative traits, I guess you could call it, is I'm very, I'm not a team player. I guess you should say. Like when it comes to a workplace and stuff, I'm just one that likes to work alone and usually work for myself. But yeah, I'm just not. I waitressed for many years. And it can be really, really good money, but it's very hard on your body. And I was like, man, I remember thinking, how am I going to be doing this? Like, am I going to be doing this all my life? How am I going to waitress when I'm like, my son turns 18, I'm going to sell a house and travel. Oh, wow. That'd be nice. Jab. You got your back adjusted a few times, but it wasn't by no chiropractor. Oh my God. Melissa cracks me up. Raising teenagers is hard. It must be so hard by yourself, but you got this, girl. Keep your head high. Yeah, it's so scary. I think that's the main thing that's been depressing me. I don't think it's usually like the negativity on YouTube. Yeah, it definitely gets to me for sure. But usually I can handle it okay. And it's actually like the back and forth, like troll shit. Like it could be fun sometimes. But when people start taking it real life and stuff like that, and there's real life consequences, that's when it's not like cool anymore. But I don't believe it's so much YouTube as it is just like my whole life just changed, and it's really scary. And also I'm like, man, do I have to, what if I don't want to do YouTube? You know, what if things get so crazy or get way too dangerous for me to continue doing YouTube? Like, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? I do have a lot of product here I probably would be able to sell, but you can't tell like how long it's going to take for some stuff to sell, you know, and to say they do think they're real MDs. I live in a small town and know 3 chiropractors that have lost their licenses due to drugs or misconduct of some kind. Yeah, the one that I dated, he was like, I found needles in his drawer, and he was doing steroids. Yeah, he called himself a doctor. I know he did have a lot of education, but not like what an MD would have to go through. Could team up with another single mother. Yeah, that's true, but yeah, I don't know. See, the thing is, like, I was in a relationship for so long, I lost all my friends because they just controlling and stuff. So it was easier just not to have friends. So the thing is, I wouldn't really know anybody that I could know well enough to trust, to be in that type of situation. My sister is a dog groomer, works for herself. It's the best job ever. She is so happy working. Yes. That would be an awesome job. I graduated high school at 16 and college at 20. I feel like it was way too early. Now I feel old when I'm not. How old are you? Or you don't have to say, but that would have, make you grow up faster. Yes, it is always good to have a backup plan for sure, Christine. I'm trying to buy some product, but you ain't telling me how, said Arkansas. Well, I was going to do a sale on here, but I have an eBay link, but I wouldn't buy anything on there because I need to go through there and delete a bunch of shit. A lot of that stuff has been sold, and I keep selling things that I've already sold, and I have to cancel the order. I don't know, Arkansas. Like, what, you could email me things that you want. It's like high-end stuff. So it's not really drugstore prices, but I definitely sell well below retail. I'll sell like real cheap to you guys. Hopefully, Sarah, I'm hoping that happens where I become more, once I could get my life more, like, this is very new to me. So once if I have a stable, like, backup plan or other source of income. You know, I need to look into that. It's gonna have to work with our schedule because, see, that's what's good about working from home is like I go to school from home. Caitlin's going to online school, you know, so and I have to make sure like she does her stuff. She's oh man, if I could have somebody to help, just wow. I wish I had the money to have a tutor for her, handle her like with her schooling. That would be like the biggest like relief for me. But you'll look back on all this, Ziggy, in 6 months and you'll realize how strong and independent you and little Ziggy are. Yeah, I wish I would have. See, that's why I'm so about being independent as a woman or having some type of education or backup plan if your relationship doesn't work out or whatever. Because women, so many times, and I've been there, get dependent on a man and you're stuck in like a horrible relationship. I'm not saying my last one was like horrible. That's not, I'm just saying it wasn't horrible, but I have been in situations where I've been stuck in horrible situations. It's handy for Via. She has 5 dogs and can sue herself. Do it. Yeah. You might end up with someone like Jennifer. Program developed your own boss, subcontractor, and each state is hopping on the program. Oh, wow. Well, that's really cool. You could, I don't know if you're able to email me if you have information or something. You lose a lot of friends when you start having kids. Rivka says chiropractors are doctors, just a different kind of doctor. Just like vets, dentists, and some educators have that title. I know. I don't know. I just don't look at a I know that they do go through a lot of education and stuff, but I don't know. I just don't feel like it's at the caliber that it like medical doctor would, you know, like the type of education they have to go through. I know that they do go for a long time, probably at least 8 years, chiropractors, I think. How long do chiropractors go to school for? Well, it says only 4 years, but I think that the one I dated did further schooling. Cars minimum 4 years professional training and 4 years college. I think it is like, I'm not sure. Hey, Julie Leet. She trained at 48. Oh, wow. Urban Decay eyeliners. No, if I did, not very many. I don't think I do. I started working at Texas Roadhouse, 16, 18, then others while in school. Medical billing and coding. Oh, I hear medical billing and coding is like really good job to get into. Yeah, you guys know Christy. the one that helped with the well, she's the one that really actually she didn't help. She pretty much did it all. The billboards, like, paid for it all. Yeah, she was talking to me about about medical coding, that I should look into it. She said she made crazy good money with doing that. Right, Bob? Thank you. He said, ladies, if I could give you a piece of advice, when a man tries to push you away from family, friends, or work, get running shoes on. A good man wants you to have that. Women, please lean on each other. Oh, that's really good advice, actually, Bob. Thank you. And it's very true. I never understood that. I have had guys that, yeah, didn't want me to get education, didn't want me to really better myself, didn't really want me working either. Of course, they don't mind if it's me working from home. They're all about that. We have a local college and their students do free tutoring at our local library. Maybe you have some. It's helping somebody. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. There might be something like that, but I'm kind of needing something like on a permanent basis. Thank you, Christine. They'll try to get out of it. Mine's 13. She tries to stay up or sleep late or want to rush. She's homeschooled too. Wait, they'll try to get out of what, Misty? A sugar baby or a dominatrix? My sugar baby days are freaking far behind me. But trust me, I had a little bit of that when I was younger. I kind of, yeah, I kind of was dating I dated an older guy for a long time. Oh my God. I actually liked being around him though. Of course, at that time I was a partier and stuff, so I wasn't in my right mind. I see my mother and sister go through hell, hence I support the ladies. Sorry, there's so many meatheads and Neanderthals out there. It's okay, Bob. There are good guys like you out there. It's just it's few. It's that's what sucks though about finding like dating somebody. It's like there's always guys always have, or everybody always has, I guess, not just guys. There are things about them that are really annoying, you know, or they have these creepy habits, or they're like got some weird fetishes and stuff. And who wants to have to like deal with, once you find a guy who's like you can handle his weirdness and his like creepiness, then you better stick with them, because there is some freaking weird freaking fetishes and creeps out there. I live in Indiana, Jab. Those men have fragile egos. They feel good about self when a woman is dependent on him, getting all the attention, calling the shots. A self-assured man, healthy, isn't threatened by that. Yeah, and it really sucks when the guy's like, you know, way older than you, and you know, you're going through time of life. He's already been there and done that, but he wants you to like pause your life and not, you know, better yourself. It's really selfish, actually. And I don't understand. That's one of those things I don't understand once again, is why it's kind of like that thing that men, or not just men, anybody, it could be women too, will do to try to keep the person they're with. Oh, they'll threaten suicide. Like, oh, I'm going to kill myself if you leave me. Like, that is so unfair to do to somebody. Kind of like the same thing. So, like, why would you want somebody with you that doesn't want to be with you? It's almost like that's why guys or women try to, you know, sometimes keep, usually guys, like women who just stay home and not get a job and not go to school because they're afraid you'll find something better. Who wants to live like that? People should be with people because people should be with somebody because they want to be with that person, you know? If I'm with somebody, I'm with them. Don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Right. Don't make your partner your whole life. Make them part of your life. Exactly. Yep. So true. Misty said sucking toes. Sucking toes would be like, that's probably on the very mild end of creepiness. If that's the weirdest thing about the guy, you've got to keep her. Scott claims he's fetish free, but I don't believe him. There's got to be something about you, Scott, that is like kind of creepy. Or I shouldn't say creepy. I should say weird. Everybody has, not all people have like weird, creepy things, or everybody has a weird thing about them, or weird tics or something that can get annoying being around a lot. Which, like, I can't stand mayonnaise. Please do not pile mayonnaise on your sandwich and eat it in front of me because I will vomit. So I probably, yeah, that grosses me out. Certain sounds like bother me. But yeah, as far as fetish free, Scott, I guess there probably is some guys without fetishes, but there's so many that do have weird things about them that it's like, I don't even, if you find like a decent one, somebody that you can deal with their creepiness, then you just keep them. You're like, okay, I'll just keep you because who knows what I'll get next time. What's unfair, Julie? You think I'm being unfair? Women are manipulative. It's one of our natural traits. Yeah, and that's another thing I was talking about the other day too. I can't believe I'm on. It's 6 hours in, and I'm still on here. And I didn't even know if I was going to go live. I was saying that the other day. I wish like I would have been more confident when I was younger and been able to tell people no easier. I used to never be able to tell people no, even guys who would ask me out. And then I'd be stuck. And the next thing I know, I'm in this horrible situation where I've got this guy who's like in love with me because I've been leading him on because I didn't want to tell him I didn't want to date him, you know? One of my friends growing up hated mayonnaise like phobia level. It's so gross. It's like it's lard on your sandwich. It's so disgusting. Actually, and you guys are going to find this funny. I already know. Go ahead with the jokes. Whatever. I don't like white food, okay? Like white sauces. So like I don't want mayonnaise, sour cream, ranch. Cottage cheese is okay. I like cottage cheese, all right. Any type of white dressings, blue cheese, ew, stuff like that. I do like ice cream, but it's just like white sauces. I don't like mystery sauces on freaking sandwiches. I always get no sauce because it's probably got mayonnaise in it. Oh, for sure, Bob. Women can be manipulative and verbally abusive. Men are more physically abusive due to them being physically stronger and financially sustainable. You want your own stuff, you can leave my house, and I'm not being stuck for no one. They're creepiness. Some people aren't creepy, Ziggy. Oh, oops. Oops, I just telling myself. You guys all don't have like secret weird fetishes? It's not just, is it just me? It's 3:33, guys. No, I don't have any weird fetishes. But there is annoying things I do. I'm sure that would get on people's nerves. Like, I don't know. I think guys aren't really as picky as women think they are. I think women are much more picky when it comes to things like annoying them and bothering them. Many guys are very laid back. Julie says, I don't have secret weird fetishes. Jenny Penny said it's you. I have to see your feet, and if I don't like the way they look, you are out of here. Really, Kay's Candles? So what do you feel about a guy who gets pedicures? Are you okay with that? That kind of like turned me off about my ex. He liked getting pedicures, and he just liked some things that were kind of weird for a man to like. It's like, you look so manly, but you do some really femme things. And it's kind of, I'm starting to make me wonder. Oh my God, that's so funny what Krista just said. I have to see your wiener, and if it's weird, you're gone. That is okay if they have pretty feet. Well, he did have actually really nice feet for a guy. But I just find that my daughter hated things growing up, and my son ate white things minus sauces at the same age. Hey, Lisa Kleckner. You dip everything in ranch. It's so funny because my daughter loves ranch. It has to be like the Hidden Valley kind. She loves ranch. I'm like, oh, you are not my child. You would be super mean to the guy. Guys like that. Does any other women here notice that guys like being... Scott's in here. He could probably tell us if it's true. Does he like when women are mean to him? He's going to say no, okay? We already know he's going to say no, but he's probably lying. And I mean, like, not just normal, like any woman. I mean, in a relationship. Do you like dating a woman who is, like, kind of bossy? Like, men like that sometimes. Like, really passive men, like Chris Watts, for instance. he would be the type of guy that would like that. Sometimes there's real like guys who are in positions of power who like that. And they like it in a creepy, really weird way. See, Christine said, "Why would a guy like that?" And then Matt said, "I like that a bit." I told you, some guys like women, like bossy, like women. I don't know why, but I had a guy admit to me he did. Like when he's like that he liked when I was mean to him. I go, "You like when I'm mean to you, don't you?" He's like, "Yeah, kind of." I'm like, "Really?" Not mean to he was such a good guy too. I probably was. Actually, I know. I've apologized to him later on in life because I wasn't very nice to him, but he was a very good guy. I know. I've got to get off here 3 hours later. One juror, Matta, says, no, no, we really don't. See, that's probably why, Bob. Maybe some men like that because like a mother type figure. Yeah. Oh my God, Misty. Speaking in a Mortal Kombat voice. I can't do that voice. Get over here. You like that, Big Daddy? Yeah, guys, some guys like it. It's usually the passive ones. Men are metrosexual now. I'm more about check shirts and big shoulders. Plain Jane, no condiments ever. Not even ketchup. Oh my gosh, I love freaking ketchup. I'm a weirdo about ketchup, okay? Especially Heinz. Yeah, that is a mommy complex for sure. No, pedicures are for females and waxing eyebrows, right? What if you were dating a man? I'm just curious how you guys would feel about this. Just a scenario. Just a random scenario I've thought of. How would you feel about a man sitting down to pee? Is that normal? Maybe the guys in here would like to chime in and tell us. Is that normal? And I'm talking about not when you're, the other. Heinz is only ketchup. I know. I love Heinz ketchup. You don't care, Kristen, if you were dating a guy and he was sitting down, if he sat down to pee, would that freak you out? I don't know why my husband hasn't left. I'm not a nice person. I don't like myself sometimes. Straight cut bag sometimes. Really? Jab, I cannot. I would have never imagined that with you. Seriously. Mama said, stay what now? Oh my God, what is she saying now? My hubby learned his lesson about smacking that ass during intimate times after he ended up with a black eye. Your hubs does at night? I didn't know if it was normal or... Yeah, didn't Don do that when he was live with Benny? Yes. Yeah, he said because he didn't want everybody to hear, I guess. People said that's weird, not normal. Some people think it's not a big deal, and other people think, I guess guys do that sometimes. I don't know. I've just caught like Cynthia said, "Can we please not talk about feet, please?" Okay, I'll try not to. Yeah, I've caught a couple guys like sitting down to pee, so I was just wondering. Kind of freaked me out a little bit. That's not what Dawn was doing. Clean her bathroom. I see either they're either too drunk, cracked out on something, hungover, or too tired to stand up. Not normal. Oh, so you're a guy, right? So you're thinking that's not normal? Or is it easier? Is it easier to pee when you're sitting down? Like sometimes I don't know. Oh my gosh, I'm going to get way too descriptive. I better stop. You didn't you? Said Mama Steph. This is not necessarily from personal experiences. This is just curiosity. I get very curious. I like to ask some crazy questions sometimes. I'm a very curious person. My husband has umbilical hernia, so he sits down. Yeah, I didn't know if it was a medical thing and pee sometimes. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, like medical reason. My hubby is sitting, he better be pinching a loaf and that's it. He can't do it 2 in 1. I mean, if he's sitting down anyways, might as well. I don't think I'd be too cool with that. I don't know. I kind of wondered, and I did date somebody that I caught doing that. And I kind of wondered, was it like a medical issue? They would never admit that. But I thought, well, maybe like he was older than me. I don't know. I would ask him and he would be like, laugh it off. But I was really curious. Or I thought maybe he might check with a doctor if it's something like that. Alrighty, how about those Braves? A 2 for 1 is the only time. Yeah. Where is your head going? I know. What do I see? Frank definitely sitting. Where is Frank? He hasn't been here tonight. Yeah, I see that just because he like I can see probably men do that a lot, probably when they're drunk. They just sit down. So I know he usually when he's on here he's drinking. Well, when he's been on panel anyways. So that's probably why you're imagining him like I had a guy friend whose mom taught him to pee sitting down. They had carpet in the bathroom. Makes sense to me now with the sun. Yeah. I know. Trying to change the subject. I know. I need to get off here anyways. Frank needs balance after headed for the mountains. Wait, what? Yeah, he's so chill and doesn't give a fuck, right, Autumn? He doesn't. He really just does not care. If Frank was here, he would tell us the truth if he sat down to pee or not. He would say so loud and proud. He would be like, hell yeah, I do. I can hear it now. The only thing he won't tell us the truth, though, of is what his name is and what state he lives in. Leaving us, joining. Yeah, Patty, it's been 6 hours. I just got my schedule like to more better time, and here I am up at almost 4 a.m. Frank is awesome. Oh, thank you, Kate. He just got out of the hospital? Is that true? What did you go to the hospital for? Yeah, there's some of you guys, like if I didn't see you guys in here for ever again, like if like Breege or Kraken Asses, aka Melissa, if one of them, for example, just an example, just suddenly disappeared and never came back, I would for sure be like doing some investigating, like what is going on. Oh, thank you, Julie. See, Julie is like one I see all the time too. That's another one I'd probably be like, what happened? You'd rather see a man sit down for a wee than a woman stand up? Yeah, that's just like a hot mess, literally and figuratively. Frank slipped peeing while standing. No, he didn't really. He wasn't in the hospital, was he? I'm blaming this life for whatever dreams I have tonight. Oh, it's okay, Patty. We just, you know how we do sometimes. Smartphones have changed a lot of behavior. Yeah, so has the internet. I still make fun of him. Tell him, you sure you like females? Who do you say that to? Your husband? Love it when he says wait. Frank is awesome. Oh man. Sometimes he just like really cracks me up. He is a man of few words. And sometimes it takes him a while to say those words. But once he gets them out, it's like it makes sense. Sometimes he says something pretty profound. And yeah. And other times he can be really funny without hardly saying anything. Because he can do this laugh. Or do that like, wait, so you're saying. He does it so I don't have to, you know? I love when you guys do that on the panel. Because I don't have to. You know, I don't have to be the bad guy. Even though I'm going to be I'd be the bad guy anyways, because I'm like, this is my channel, and I still get the blame for what goes on my panel. But when somebody's up on the panel and they're just talking all kinds of nonsense and stuff, sometimes I get so spaced out and I don't know what to do. I sometimes get so stuck, like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Should I just accidentally drop them? So luckily you guys are there to sometimes like call them out. She said that I have a tummy tuck and the nurse told everyone or told me everything will be so tight you can pee standing up. Okay, not exactly my goal, right? I think us ladies are just jealous men have options and I know. It's not fair. I'm super jealous of that. Like I've been in some situations where I have to pee and like there is nowhere to stop. And it's like an emergency. Frank picks the right moment to say something. Yeah. You've never been on YouTube until me, Cynthia? Aww. Love at first sight. I have to admit, I would really miss you all too if I couldn't chat at least a few times a week. Oh my gosh, it wouldn't be the same without your crazy comments for sure. It would be so weird. I know. I am envious too, Julie. Long lines at concerts. Yeah, they could just like go anywhere. Cynthia, you found my channel. You saw my channel and you never went anywhere else. Frank ignores me when I tell him I love him. I know he sees me though. I just want to tell him he's so amazing. He seems kind of like I don't know. I wonder if Frank has a girlfriend. He seems kind of just a very kind of shy person. Shy but not shy. I don't know. You miss me when I'm not on daily. You bring me happiness. Oh, that's the sweetest thing ever. That's so sweet. When I get emails like that and stuff, especially your guys' emails over the past several days have been so nice. And text. Wasn't yesterday or day before. Yesterday I was live, right? But the day before I was about to go live, but I just kept pushing it. I don't know. I don't know why. I usually, for the most part, always I'm glad that I went live. Aw, Cynthia. Yours is the first chat I've ever chatted in. Look what you started. I think he said he had a girlfriend or a boyfriend. I can't remember. Oh. Was it, really? I thought he was joking. I don't know. Yeah, he's cute kid for sure. My friend has no belly button after a tummy tuck. What? They didn't make you they didn't make your friend a belly button? I thought that was part of the thing, the whole thing. At least I saw on that show, that one Terry, his name's Terry, plastic surgeon guy from Real Housewives. Nip and Tuck or whatever that show. I don't know what the show is freaking called. You guys will say here in a second, I'm sure. Hey, Downtown Trina. Oh, we miss you when you aren't live, but your mental health comes first. Yeah, that's the first time I missed that many days in a row. Like seeing everyone in other chats. Sometimes I time them, and if they don't acknowledge me, I cut them out of my life. Kidding. Y'all are my friends except Melissa Gomez. Sarah Me said, kidding. Melissa, love you. What? You saw a baby that was born with his belly button on his back? His umbilical cord was back there too? That is definitely odd. Are you a nurse? I love these ladies because they always interact with their subs. It makes us feel special. Oh, I'd be pissed no belly button. Yeah, belly buttons are cute. Yeah, they have to create one after a tummy tuck. Oh, I've seen those, Lisa. For sure. You can go any way up in here from serious talk to crying. to porn to laughing to S&M and who says panties. Oh my God. Oh, you're right. I did ask you guys that. What? I'm a weirdo. What? Wow. First feet, now belly buttons. I love. Oh yeah, Heidi's awesome. Could be behind her ear. Has a new one looked? Yeah, she got robbed. A new belly button should have been included. Remember when I come here for the first time after being kicked from chasing chat? You all welcomed me. I was dying of. Aww. Thank you, Matt. I think you guys are trying to make me cry. You guys keep like trying to. Seems like it like one up each other as far as like the. Found Ziggy's fetish belly buttons. No, I don't have a fetish in belly buttons, but some belly buttons are really cute, like on some women. Good night, Dreamcatcher. You never been kicked from any channel? Not that you know of. Because you can still type, like when you're kicked from a channel, you don't really know unless nobody like responds to you. So sometimes I'll test if I think I'm blocked. For some reason in shares, like in this for this account, we tried everything and I'm blocked from her chat. So that's why, guys, like when I'm over there in her channel, I'm under my backup channel because we could never figure out how to block me from her channel. She tried everything. She even showed me a video of her hitting unblock and it wouldn't work. So I must have somehow been blocked through her Google account or something. I don't know, or vice versa. So yeah, I have to go in there on my backup. And that is me in her chat under Getting Ziggy with it, if you see me in there. How downtown? If you ever think you're blocked, click live chat, and if your comments disappear, you're blocked. Oh. Can you do that anytime, or do you have to wait till the live's over? Was Ernie on tonight, Princess? You have a deep belly button. You say P&T, so no, we're not going to get on this talk, are we? I'm pretty sure I haven't, but you never know. I'm respectful for the most part. Yeah. I can't remember. I'm trying to think if I've been blocked. I mean, I obviously have now as a creator, but I'm trying to think before then if I was blocked anywhere. I'm sure I was. Can't remember. Keep your head up, Ziggy. Nice combos, y'all. Be good to yourselves and have a good night. Good night to you too, Bob. Thank you for coming by. Hopefully we'll see you again. The only time I've ever been timed out is the Nasty Receipts channel, and I was so nice. Yeah. That person, whoever they are, like, I don't know what I did to them, but wow. Like, they sure have a bad opinion of me. They are, like, friends with that other creator, the you-know-who creator. Which makes sense because they're both equally as hateful, but I don't know how I haven't been blocked because I can be mean when it comes to Ziggy. Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry about that. My daughter just woke up. I guess she's up for the day. Ernie's channel blocked you. My daughter's boyfriend has a third nipple, and yes, I'm being serious. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. Is it in his armpit? Oh, I know if I'm blocked because the channel owner's comments don't show up on regular video comments. The regular. Another chatter taught me that, and another creator had a rogue mod and was blocking thousands. I had to message them to be unblocked, but I've never been blocked yet that I know of. They taught you what? Hold on. I miss your. Oh, I must miss your other comment. I wasn't blocked by chasing, just chased away by her chatters because she read my comment in American and I'm English. My humor bombed and I got told to F myself. Aw. Yeah, I probably would have, knowing me, probably would have cried or something. I don't know. I do. I like her. It's just she can be like opinionated in some things. I mean, she tries to stay neutral, but she's pretty much on the other side of the opinion or like fence about Donwell Summers case than I am, I think. I think she gives the parents the benefit of the doubt, doesn't she? Was Bob here when we were talking about men peeing? Yes. It's right here. 80 degrees. Wow. Already? Wait, I think I don't remember where you, I think, is it in his armpit? I think I remember, Jab, where you said you lived. Oh my God. What's that? Oh, thank you, Cynthia. 80 degrees when I tell that bitch, please. What is that song from? Or what is that from? Now it's going to be in my head. So whenever, yeah, you got a video that, yeah, I'm sure he won't be happy about that. I feel like, it's just my opinion. I feel like he gets a little too, like, upset by people's comments sometimes. When really it won't be that bad, you know? Some of the comments that he just, I'm definitely like still learning how to deal with YouTube and all the crazy hate and stuff like that. So you've seen a major change in shares since, yeah. Athena's like laying over there with her new toy, kind of just laying her legs on it. Last time, LOL, type in chat, try to delete, and you can't. Ziggy, ziggy, ziggy. Wait, what? As soon as I catch them live, I'm in there like swimwear. Yes, gin and juice. There you guys go. Oh, you're welcome, Julie Leap. 79 degrees today, Jur. Oh, thank you, Julie. It's like, okay, Putin Poots is acting like a third grader, and what did it even mean? Putin Puts, a third grader. Wait, what? Where is wait what? Well, wait what is that really a real question? She's major like troll these days. She has been like talking shit about me like crazy. However, I did see her say something in that, person we don't name's chat where she was kind of like calling her out. So I didn't know how to take that, but yeah, wait, what has turned on me, and even though I really tried to help her as much as I possibly could, and I just could not believe that she can say the things about me that she does after I helped her like that. I knew before, because if you guys remember when she came up on panel, if you were here when that happened, and when Wait What came up on the panel and told us about her cousin that was missing, one of the first things I said to her, I said, wait, aren't you don't you not like me? Haven't you been in here talking shit before? Like, I said that right to her when she was up on the panel, and she's like, yeah, probably. And then she just went on with her story. So I knew she was like bad news bear, like at the beginning. I knew she was kind of like wishy-washy. But I thought she had like a change of heart. I don't know. Guess not. Wait, what was horrible? Yeah, she said some pretty horrible things. It was a crazy night. I remember you asking that. Yeah, I don't remember how I worded it. I just said something like, I thought you didn't like me or something. Or aren't you the one that's, yeah. If you see you are blocked, type in chat, try to remove comment, and you can't. Huh. Oh, so you can't hit delete? He made a totally stupid video and told everyone he would repay Russian debts in rubles. It didn't even make sense. Who did? I've been just telling my fetishes, right? Where is BS detector? Why don't I? Oh, there they are. Who's been talking shit? Yeah, I've been talking about getting off here for like literally like 2 or 3 hours, and I'm still sitting here. I felt she was pretty demanding from the very beginning. I didn't like her vibe. I just read it. What do you mean? I read it, Downtown Trina. You said to type in the chat, and if you can't delete it, then you're blocked. She was looking for a knuckle sandwich. Did people ever not learn you fall out and you move on? You would think. I don't understand, Trina. I thought you said if you're blocked in a chat and you try to, you can't delete it. Really, it's okay. It's not a big deal. All you have to do is type in the chat and have, or ask somebody, try messaging other people and see if they respond. If they don't respond, usually no, I do not like blue cheese. Ew. Blue cheese dressing? No. And blue cheese crumbles are pretty gross too, but in very little amounts, yeah, it'd be okay. She said the try deleting comment a few times. I think she was wanting you to see it, but was going to bed. Yeah, I read it. She said, I read her comment. She said the try deleting comment. Oh. It was supposed to say LOL. That's why I deleted that. But apparently you can't see deleted messages. It was like 2 minutes, and he made a list of countries that he called unfriendly and said he would repay with rubles. Rubles are not worth much now. I think he lost his mind. Who are you talking about? Do you like blue cheese on the Chick-fil-A market salad? Well, I try to respond to you, Jen. If I don't respond to you guys, it's totally not on purpose. But I know what you mean. Like, but if you start a YouTube channel though, and if you go into a chat and say hi and you don't have anybody saying hi back, then you know that you're blocked. I told people being super nasty to her bitches in glass house should not throw stones. They don't have to go to her channel just to talk shit. I sound burnout. Kinda, yeah. I can't type tonight. Apparently on your end you can see our deleted messages. I can't type tonight, sorry. Oh, it's okay. I know sometimes it's frustrating to try to get a point across in text. I know. I agree, cracking asses. The idiot bombed a nuclear weapon site that could destroy the world. That's one of my assignments that I have to write on, actually. Because for my class, I chose the political topic I chose is over the Ukraine invasion. So, yeah, I've been kind of like following that a little bit. Oh, that's so sweet, Jesse. Thank you. Okay, good, Jen, because there has been many people who think that I'm ignoring them, and I swear to God, I'm not. Big sauce person, gravy, but it's crumbles. I like gravy. Oh yeah, there's probably a lot of people in here watched Donna Serafina. Well, I guess it's like, you know, those of us who are, I know some people are in different countries and stuff, but guess we're lucky where we're at, to not have, be a citizen of Ukraine and having to deal with, wow, I just can't imagine. That's what's great about our political system and economy. We have a free market and a free, democracy, pretty much, where we get to pick the leaders and they're not in power for long periods of time. Our government is supposed to work to, for the betterment of us, or protect us from those who try to do harm. That's the goal of our government. And we are the ones that vote on who gets to be in power. But when you're in a country like Russia, yeah, they don't have much choice. They don't have the choices that we do. Yeah, so how long does that do? Let's see, Vladimir Putin. For the first time I ever not watched Donna, I don't want to hear her talk about such a serious topic. Like, do we have choices? Or, well, maybe it is the illusion of choice. Stock's down today big time. I'm not worried about that. I just want peace. Too close to the UK, my dad's country, Hungary. Zelensky, Ukraine president, is freaking gorgeous.
Mom, where's Lafina?
Right there. Things will actually work once again when we toss the entrenched political parties out in favor of standing up our Constitution, as well as repairing damage done to it. Putin is cutting off all media like North Korea. They don't have a clue what's going on. Well, also, it's not just Putin either. It's like the other end of it too, have been preventing certain news networks from, they're not broadcasting their, and I think that's actually in the UK, if I'm right. I don't know if somebody from the UK can vouch for this, but I think in the UK they're prevented from airing any of like the Russian news or something. because they're pushing an agenda. There's no free press, no independent judiciary. Wow. It's like you have your government and your, let's see. Your court in one, basically. Your judicial system is your government. Yeah, I was like looking, I'm like, isn't this Russia a dictatorship? I'm looking here and reading about it, and looks like they're not technically considered a dictatorship, but they're headed there fast. Reminds me of like Hitler or something. Wonder when I think that Russia will hopefully well, I don't know. A lot of countries are pulling support from them, and finally the United States has. I sometimes feel like we live in our own little happy bubble down here. I would love to go to South Africa. Nothing Russian here. We're fleshing out the Russian billionaires, dirty money, and anyone who deals with Russia. It's the only thing we can do. Yeah, isn't Putin just like pretty much just mad because he wants Ukraine to basically be in their little team together instead of Ukraine joining like the United Nations or NATO? He's totally is acting like a freaking dictator. Have shut service in Russia. Russia is now going with a Chinese-run company for card services. Wow. He wants Ukraine to be part of Russia again. Some would say that's what, well, I guess it would be interesting to see how things would be progressing if we had Trump in office right now. Putin is his buddy, right? What's the disinformation, Leonard? Go ahead and state what's the disinformation. Yeah, Putin doesn't want NATO on his doorstep being nosy. Exactly. He doesn't want to have to go by certain policies that other member countries do. He wants to play by his own rules. Oh yeah, I know. It is a touchy subject. I do have to go, but I'm just curious what it would be, how that would have, how things would have progressed if we had a different president. Russia is like an abusive ex. Ukraine wants the restraining order upheld. Wow, Jen, really? Putin shamed his lead spy on television the other day. The guy looked like he was shaking, scared, about to cry. Wow. Ukrainian president is addressing the UK today at 3 p.m. That will be interesting. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen, Jab. Somebody's going to take the dude out. Our kid's future is so uncertain. Yep. He was denazitizing because of a small bad group of people there, but he's trying to make it seem like Ukraine is that way, and they're not. He wants to reestablish the USSR, and it has more resources than 80% of Russia. Netflix is canceling service in Russia. Lots of private companies are cutting ties. Yep. Trump 2024, said Cynthia. Oh, jeez. Biden isn't running this country. His cronies are. Sorry. You wish you'd stay in Australia now. All right, guys. I've been on here 7 hours, so I'm going to go. But I know I shouldn't have brought politics up. That's why I'm like, oh, better hurry and go before it gets like crazy. Good. I hope so, Misty. Putin has an underground compound in Siberia the size of a city. He will bomb nuclear weapons and just go underground. Yeah, that's why he doesn't want to be part of any type of... He wants to have all these nuclear weapons, and it's like how there was no COVID cases in Russia because they quarantined and killed all infected like North Korea. Oh my God. Did they? When Russia and Poland gave land to Ukraine, the Russians put explicit clauses that Ukraine, could never seek to join NATO. Now Ukraine is trying to get into NATO. Putin wants the land back. Nonsense. Yes, that's it. That's 100% correct. Yep, that's what I've read on it too. Exactly. Yeah, I guess he wants somebody countries to make his own little organization, I guess. So he doesn't have to be inspected for, nuclear weapons or anything like that. So he can run things his way. Gosh, I would hate to have to have to answer to God for his sins. Holy moly. It's not a positive no. I guess it's not a positive no, Alley Cat tells. You're right. I'm sorry. I do usually like try to end on a positive note, but I've been on so long again that I can't believe I've stayed on this long. Russia has 6,500 nukes. The U.S. has 5,000. Russian people have said it for 4 years. They're going to kill him. Putin is a very dangerous man. Yes, he is. Yeah, and that's what I'm having to write about this week. I'm going to talk about the political characteristics of Vladimir Putin. If you hear of any of that crazy Russian artist that like nailed his junk to concrete in front of big government building and put himself naked into a cage with a bed of nails. Ew. Really, Cynthia, you think? Because some people are saying that Trump was like in agreement with what with the invasion. When I was in grade school, we were always told that if we were ever enemies with Russia, America or the world will end. Trump said Putin is genius. Oh, thank you, Marlene. Yeah, I'm not just like trying to get. I knew talking about Chris Watts' case, like, because nobody's really into that case anymore. I know it's may not be as many people and stuff, but a lot of times those are the best lives anyways. Trump sold out his government agencies to suck up to Putin and give me. All right, guys. Oh no, Allie. I won't tell Gigi. All right, guys. I will maybe since I was on so long today, I might not be on tonight just because I have like homework due, but like if I would have just stick to like 3 hours a night, I could probably go live almost every day, but really throws me off when I go live for so long. Good night, guys. I will talk to you later.